Welcome to Mastering the American Accent. This audio will help non-native speakers of English learn to speak with an American accent.
Which American accent will I learn? You will learn to produce the standard American accent. Some people also call it broadcaster English. It's the kind of standard neutral speech that you hear on CNN and in educated circles. It's a non-regional American accent, meaning that people don't associate the dialect with any particular part of the United States. It's the accent most commonly associated with educated people in the American East, Midwest, and West. How should I practice? Listen to this recorded material over and over. You will hear words and sentences pronounced, followed by a pause for you to repeat after the speaker. You may want to record yourself repeating so that you can compare your accent to the accents of the speakers on the audio. Then, practice the new sounds in real-life situations. There are numerous study tips both from the writer and from her many successful students who have greatly improved their American accent. For an individual professional evaluation of your accent or for accent reduction courses, please contact us at 1-800-871-1317 or visit our website at masteringtheamericanaccent.com. Chapter 1. The Vowel Sounds. The English alphabet has 5 vowels, A, E, I, O, and U, but it has about 15 main vowel sounds. For some learners, this is one of the most difficult aspects of American English to master. Speakers of languages which have fewer vowel sounds are likely to speak English using only the same number of sounds that exist in their native language. Sometimes they do not even hear the distinction between certain sounds in English. Consequently, non-native speakers might pronounce hill and heel the same. Similarly, the words sell and sail, cup, cop, and cap may also sound the same when spoken by a non-native speaker. In this chapter, you will learn how to accurately pronounce all of the main American English vowel sounds. First, you will be briefly introduced to each of the vowel sounds. Then, you will study each sound in detail. At that point, you will learn the correct lip and tongue positions of each sound. Then, you will have an opportunity to practice them in word groups and in sentences. You will also practice the sound contrasts so that you can learn to clearly distinguish between the different vowel sounds that may have previously sounded the same to you. The main vowel sounds of American English. Number 1, E.
Read. Heat. Meet. Seat. Scene. Feet. Please eat the meat and the cheese before you leave.
Number 2, it. In. Bit. This. Give. Sister. Will. City. My sister Linda will live in the big city. Number 3, A.
Late. Gate. Bait. Fail. Main. Braid. Wait. Jane's face looks great for her age of 88.
Number 4, let. Get. End. Any. Fell. Bread. Men. Said. I went to Texas for my friend's wedding. Number 5,
Last. Apple. Add. Can. Answer. Class. The handsome man lost his baggage after his travels.
Number 6. Ah. Stop. Lock. Farm. Want. Army. Possible. Got. John is positive that his car was parked in that lot. Number 7.
Come. Up. Jump. But. Does. Love. Money. About. Your younger brother doesn't trust us, does he?
Number 8. All. Fall. Author. Also. Applaud. Thought. Fought. Paula was doing laundry all day long. Number 9. Oh.
Go. Slow. So. Those. Post. Moment. Drove. Oh no, don't open the window. It's cold.
Number 10. Look. Took. Put. Foot. Full. Wolf. Cookie. He would read the good book if he could. Number 11. Ooh.
Cool. Soup. Moon. Boot. Tooth. Move. True. Sue knew about the food in the room.
Number 12. Her. Work. Sure. First. Early. Were. Earn. Occur. What were the first words that girl learned? Number 13. I.
Time. 9. Dry. High. Style. 5. China. I advise you to ride a bicycle in China.
Number 14. Ow. South. House. Cow. Found. Down. Town. He went out of the house for about an hour. Number 15. Oi.
Oil. Choice. Moist. Enjoy. Avoid. Voice. Let's avoid the annoying noise.
Production of vowels. We categorize vowels as front, middle, or back, depending on which part of the tongue is used to produce the sound. For example, E is a front vowel because the front part of the tongue goes up in front of the mouth. And U is a back vowel because the back part of the tongue goes up in the back part of the mouth. We also categorize vowels as high or low. In high vowels, the tongue is pushed up higher near the roof of the mouth, as in E, and in low vowels, the tongue is flat down at the bottom of the mouth, as in ah. Diphthongs consist of two different vowel sounds that are closely joined together and treated as one vowel. They are represented by two phonetic symbols. To create these sounds, move your tongue smoothly from one vowel position to another. The following vowels are diphthongs: A as in take, O as in boat, I as in time, OW as in house, and OI as in boy. You will now learn how to correctly produce each of the vowels. E as in meet. The lips are slightly smiling, tense, and not rounded, and the tongue is tense. It is high and far forward near the roof of the mouth. The common spelling patterns for this sound are double E as in meet, feel, see, and free, EA as in team, reach, mean, and see, IE or EI as in belief, peace, neither, receive, final E as in me, we, she, he, an E plus a consonant plus an E as in these, Chinese, Peter, final Y as in city, duty, country, ability, and endings with IQUE as in unique, boutique, critique. Word pairs.
Deep sea. Beans and cheese. Severe heat. Breathe deep. 3 meals.
Green leaves. Extremely easy. Sweet dreams. Peaches and cream. Speak Chinese. Sentences for practice.
The employees agreed to meet at 8:15. Don't keep the TV near the heater. It's extremely easy to cheat when the teacher isn't here. Please speak to Peter about the employee meeting. Steve will reread the email before he leaves.
I as in sit. The lips are slightly parted and relaxed. The tongue is also relaxed and high, but not as high as for the E sound. The sides of the tongue touch the upper back teeth. The common spelling patterns for this sound are the letter I, and that's the most common one, as in sit, give, this, dinner. UI, as in build, quit, quick, guilty. And Y if it's between two consonants, as in system, gym, symbol, and him. Exceptions. In American English, the word been, as in how have you been, is pronounced as I, but in British English it sounds like E, the same as the food beans. Also, in the word women, the O is pronounced as I, women. Word pairs.
Big city. Innocent victim. Drink milk. Children's film. Simple living.
Fish and chips. Trip to Italy. Spring picnic. This thing. Winter wind. Sentences for practice.
Kim will visit her big sister Linda in Virginia. In the beginning, it was difficult for Jim to quit drinking. The Smiths invited him to an informal dinner. This city has an interesting history. When did Bill Clinton visit the Middle East?
Quick review. Vowel contrasts for E and I. Make sure that you don't pronounce these pairs of words the same.
Leave, live. Feel, fill. Least, list. He's, his. Sleep, slip. Cheap, chip.
Beat, bit. Steal, still. Each, itch. Seek, sick. Feet, fit. Sheep, ship. Word combinations for E and I. Make sure that the two words are pronounced with different vowel sounds.
Still sleepy. Very interesting. Feeling ill. It's easy. Is he?
Big deal. These things. Middle East. Little meal. Green pill. A as in take. The lips are not rounded and they are relaxed, and the tongue is tense, moving from mid-high position to high position. The common spelling patterns for this sound are A plus consonant plus E as in late, came, take, and save, AI as in rain, wait, pain, aim, AY as in say, away, play, Monday, EY as in they, survey, obey, and EIGH as in weigh, ate, neighbor, and freight. The less common spelling also includes the letter A as in April, alien, and angel. Word pairs.
The same day. Stay away. Escape from jail. Take a break. Stay the same.
Explain the situation. Play baseball. 88. Bake a cake. Save the whales. Sentences for practice.
She complained about her weight, but ate the cake anyway. Jake hates waiting for trains and planes. It rains and hails in April and May. I will stay in the game even though it's late. My neighbor from Spain moved away today.
As in get. The lips are farther apart than for the A, and the lips are relaxed. The tongue is also relaxed and in the mid-high position. The common spelling patterns for this sound are the letter E, as in get, end, next, general, and the letters EA, as in heavy, head, red, and measure. And the spelling exceptions include the words said, says, again, against, any, many. Warning, common mistake. The verb say is pronounced with an S sound in the past tense and in the present tense when it is followed by an S. For example, I say, but I said. He says. Don't say, I said, and he says. Word pairs.
Presidential election. Bend your legs. Plenty of energy. Remember the pledge. Better friend.
Heavy metal. Get better. Elegant dress. Next Wednesday. Well read. Sentences for practice.
Without some extra effort, you will never excel. Jenny and her friend had eggs for breakfast. I expect this session to end at 10. On the 7th of February, the weather was wet. I see my best friend Fred every 7 days.
Quick review. Vowel contrasts for e and a. Make sure that you don't pronounce these pairs of words the same.
Pen, pain. Sell, sail. Wet, wait. West, waste.
Tell, tail. Ed, aid. Test, taste. Men, main. Word combinations for e and a. Make sure that the two words are pronounced with different vowel sounds.
Less rain. Taste test. Neck pain. Fell away.
Wet day. Main men. Great dress. Headache. A as in fat. The lips are open, not rounded. and the tongue is in the lowest position of all the front vowels. The tongue is flat on the floor of the mouth. The common spelling pattern for this sound is the letter A, as in hat, apple, man, and answer. Word pairs.
Bad example. National anthem. Back at the ranch. Accurate answer. Bad habit.
Practical plan. Annual gathering. Last chance. Handsome actor. Angry man. Sentences for practice.
This is your last chance to give me an accurate answer. Sam sat at the back of the math class. Danny had a salad and a sandwich in the cafeteria. Nancy has a bad attitude in her Spanish class. Kathy would rather study acting at the National Academy.
Quick review. Vowel contrasts for e and a. Make sure that you don't pronounce these words the same.
Men, man. Said, sad. And. Then, than.
Guess, gas. Slept, slapped. Head, had. Expensive, expansive. Word combinations for e and a. Make sure that the two words are pronounced with different vowel sounds.
Sad endings. Less land. Angry men.
10 gallons. Last exit. Bad friend. Ah, as in father. For the ah sound, the lips are apart as if you're yawning. The lips are not rounded. The tongue is relaxed and flat at the bottom of the mouth. The common spelling patterns for this sound are O, as in hot, stop, modern, and job, and A, as in father, watch, dark, and want. Word pairs.
Common problem. Body shop. Occupy the office. Office politics. From top to bottom.
Logical response. Hot topic. Modern hospital. Non-stop. Sloppy job. Sentences for practice.
Ronald is confident that he got the job. Scott goes to a lot of rock concerts. The doctor operated in the modern hospital. Bob will probably lock the office. He's got a lot of dollars in his pocket.
Quick review. Vowel contrasts for a and ah. Make sure that you don't pronounce these pairs of words the same.
Hat, hot. Lack, lock. Sack, sock. Sang, song.
Cap, cop. Add, odd. Rack, rock. Tap, top. Word combinations for a and ah. Make sure that the two words are pronounced with different vowel sounds.
Hot pan. Man's job. Top answer.
Got back. Bad dog. Back pocket. Advice from a successful student.
During my drive to and from work, I always listen to audiobooks. The speaker's voice is usually very clear and not sloppy like the speech I sometimes hear on the street. I listen closely to the accent of the speaker and try to imitate it. I play back certain parts over and over again. The more I do this, the better my accent gets.
As in fun. For the sound, the lips are completely relaxed and just slightly parted. The tongue is also very relaxed and in the middle position. The common spelling patterns for this sound are the letter U, as in but, fun, summer, drunk. The letter O, as in love, done, come, sun. The letters OU, as in cousin, country, and enough. Word pairs.
Young son. Jump up. Fun in the sun. Another subject. Wonderful mother.
Under the rug. Number 1. Undercover. Enough money. Sunday brunch. Sentences for practice.
Your younger brother doesn't trust us. What country does he come from? I had another fun summer in London. I don't have much stuff in the trunk of my truck. I love the sunny summer months.
Quick review. Vowel contrasts for ah and Make sure that you don't pronounce these pairs of words the same.
Dawn, done. Shot, shut. Fond, fund. Got, gut.
Lock, luck. Non, none. Robber, rubber. Doll, dull. Word combinations for and Make sure that the two words are pronounced with different vowel sounds.
Come on. Got lucky. Not enough. Cost much.
Fun job. Stop running. Jump on. Gunshot. Ah, as in saw. The lips are apart and very slightly rounded, and they're oval in shape, and the tongue is slightly tense and it's down near the floor of the mouth. The common spelling patterns for this sound include AW, as in saw, law, awful, and awesome, AU, as in author, August, applaud, audition, A plus L, as in small, walk, tall, always, OUGHT, as in bought, thought, fought, AUGHT, as in daughter, caught, and sometimes the letter O, as in gone, off, and long. Word pairs.
Pause in the hall. Awful thought. Water the lawn. Talk until dawn. Autumn in Austria.
Walk the dog. Small talk. Already exhausted. Tall wall. Caught the ball. Sentences for practice.
The audience applauded even though the talk was awful. His small daughter thought that Santa Claus would come in August. I saw your mother-in-law in the mall. He bought an automobile at the auction last fall. This sauce is awesome, Paula.
Quick review. Vowel contrasts for and ah. Make sure that you don't pronounce these pairs of words the same.
Cut, caught. Hull, haul. Done, dawn. Dug, dog.
But, bought. Sung, song. Cuff, cough. Flood, flawed. Word combinations for and ah. Make sure that the two words are pronounced with different vowel sounds.
Another dog. Long month. Much talk.
Bought lunch. Coffee cup. Small club. O, as in boat. For the O, the lips are very rounded and tense, and the tongue is a bit tense, and it moves from the mid-high to the high position. The common spelling patterns for this sound include the letter O, as in no, don't, home, only. OA, as in road, coat, boat. OW, as in own, slow, window. And OUGH, as in though and although. Word pairs.
Phone home. Own a home. Almost over. Open road. Drove slowly.
Don't smoke. Low profile. Slow motion. Old poem. Golden bowl. Sentences for practice.
We both hope it's going to snow. Oh no, don't open the window. It's cold. Do you want to go bowling or roller skating? I chose a bowl of soup, potatoes, roast beef, and a soda. I don't know if Joan smokes.
Quick review. Sound contrasts for ah and ah versus o. Make sure that you don't pronounce these pairs of words the same.
Bought, boat. Law, low. Clause, close. Odd, owed. Want, won't.
Caught, coat. Walk, woke. Not, note. Got, goat. Non, known. Word combinations for ah, and o. Make sure that the two words are pronounced with different vowel sounds.
Old law. Not home. Those dogs.
Odd boat. Walk slowly. Only daughter. As in good. The lips are very rounded and the tongue is relaxed. The back of the tongue is raised and slightly higher than for the O. The common spelling patterns for this sound are the double O as in good, look, childhood, and understood. The letter U as in push, full, pull, and sugar. OULD as in would, could, and should. And the spelling exception is the word woman, which is spelled with an O. Word pairs.
Good book. Took a look. Good looking. Fully cooked. Shook his foot.
Sugar cookie. Push and pull. Wool pullover. Wooden hook. Good childhood. Sentences for practice.
Would you help me look for my book? The sugar cookies taste good. The butcher is a good cook. He would read the book if he could. Butch visited his old neighborhood in Brooklyn.
Oo as in to. For the oo sound, the lips are tense and rounded as if you're blowing a balloon, and the tongue is slightly tense and raised high. The common spelling patterns for this sound include a double O, as in to, food, school, tool, UE, as in true, blue, avenue, an O, as in do, who, lose, and prove, EW, as in new, blue, drew, and the letter U as in super, rule, duty, student. Word pairs.
Too few. Fruit juice. Soup spoon. New suit. True value. Blue shoes.
New moon. Suitable suitcase. 2 rooms. Super cool. Sentences for practice.
The new roof was installed in June. I drink fruit juice and eat a lot of soup. Your blue shoes are really cool. I need proof that you're telling the truth. The statue on the avenue is truly beautiful.
Quick review. Vowel contrasts for and oo. Make sure that you don't pronounce these pairs of words the same.
Full. Fool. Look. Luke.
Pull. Pool. Stood. Stewed. Word combinations for and oo. Make sure that the 2 words are pronounced with different vowel sounds.
Good food. Full room. Cook stew.
Blue book. 2 cookies. Too full. As in bird. For the sound, the lips are slightly rounded, the tongue is tense and at a mid-level position, and the tip of the tongue is curled up and pulled back. Common spelling patterns for this sound include ER, as in her, mercy, mother, winner, EAR, as in heard, learn, earth, IR, as in first, girl, firm, OR, as in doctor, word, worry, UR, as in occur, curtain, jury, URE, as in insecure, culture, and AR, as in grammar and collar. Word pairs.
First person. Purple shirt. Learn German. Other world. Serve dinner.
Third term. Firm words. Early bird. Nervous girl. 33rd. Sentences for practice.
I will work during the third term. They served turkey for dinner. Her purple shirt is dirty. She gave birth to a third girl. It's not worth worrying about another birthday.
I as in time. For the I sound, the lips are open and not rounded, and they close a bit when moving to the I position. The tongue is relaxed, and it moves from a flat to high position. The common spelling patterns for this sound include the letter Y, as in fly, sky, apply, style. The letter I, as in nice, kind, fine, sign. The letters IGH, as in light, fight, sight, night. And the letters IE, as in lie, tie, and tried. Word pairs.
Lime pies. White wine. Fly a kite. Nice try. 9 lives.
Bright light. Fly high. Sign on the line. Fine dining. 99. Sentences for practice.
Why is the price so high for that design? The wildfire started on Friday night. He was tired after hiking for 5 hours. It's a 9-hour drive to Iowa. We had lime pie and dry white wine.
Ow, as in house. For the ow sound, the lips are not rounded, but as you move toward the second part, the oo, the lips begin to close and become more tense. The tongue moves from a relaxed low position to a high position. The common spelling patterns for this sound include OU, as in found, loud, around, thousand, OW, as in now, down, crowd, vowel. Word pairs.
About an hour. Crowded house. Downtown. Loud announcement. Countdown.
Around the mountain. Brown couch. Found out. Down and out. Pronounce the vowel. Sentences for practice.
I doubt that the clown will say something profound. There are flowers all around the house. Is that your spouse in the brown blouse? The clouds behind the mountain will bring showers. The brown cow is near the fountain.
Oi as in boy. The lips move from a slightly rounded oval position to a relaxed, slightly parted position. The tongue is relaxed, moving from a mid-high position to a high position. Common spelling patterns for this sound include OI, as in avoid, oil, moist, and join, and OY, as in enjoy, toy, employ, royal. Word pairs.
Enjoy the toy. Spoiled boy. Appointment in Detroit. Broiled oysters. Boiling point.
Annoying noise. Destroy the poison. Loyal employee. Moist soil. Avoid the moisture. Sentences for practice.
He destroyed the poison by flushing it down the toilet. Roy had an appointment in Detroit. Joyce is annoyed and a little paranoid. I was disappointed with Joy's choice. Why is Floyd avoiding Roy?
Chapter 2, Vowels in Detail. This chapter will give you a more detailed knowledge of the most problematic vowel sounds for non-native speakers. You will learn to clearly distinguish between certain sounds that may have seemed very similar to you in the past, and you will learn the common spelling exceptions for some vowel sounds within frequently used words. Memorizing these exceptions will significantly improve your accent. Review of I and E sounds. The I sound is easy to identify because it is almost always spelled with the letter I, as in big. The E sound is more commonly spelled with two vowels, such as double E or EA, as in meet or team. Remember to relax your tongue and lips for the I and to make them tense for the E. Warning: dangerous mistakes. Confusing I and E can cause embarrassment or can be offensive. Do you mean sheet or shit? Beach or bitch? Peace or piss? Dialogue 1 for I and E. Is it difficult?
No, it's unbelievably easy.
I feel ill.
Drink some green tea.
Please meet me for dinner.
I will be there at 6.
Is it expensive?
No, it isn't. It's really cheap.
I need a refill of these pills.
Speak with your physician.
Is he still really sick?
No, he's just feeling a little weak.
This is completely different.
But it is interesting, isn't it?
Practice paragraph. Guilty or innocent? Let's be realistic. It's not that difficult to see that he's guilty. He steals, drinks, and cheats. He has cheated his victims. And he needs to be in prison. He did these terrible things. Yet he insists that he's innocent. Who is he kidding? In the beginning, many people did believe that he was innocent. But now we have all the evidence that we need. Even though he won't admit his guilt, I foresee him being in prison for at least 15 years. Don't you agree with me? Advice from a successful student.
When you leave phone messages for people, there's often the option of listening to your message before you send it. I always listen to the message, and if I think my accent is too strong, I record the message again. Sometimes several times until I'm satisfied with the way my speech sounds.
Review of and sounds. Remember that for the the jaw is more open and the tongue is down at the floor of your mouth. And for the sound, the jaw is just slightly down. Sentence pairs for and a. The following pairs of sentences are the same, except the first one has a word with the sound and the second one has a word with an a sound. Don't think about the pest.
Don't think about the past.
He gave me a letter.
He gave me a ladder.
Send it carefully.
Sand it carefully.
The men helped me.
The man helped me.
I need a new pen.
I need a new pan.
Do you need to beg?
Do you need a bag?
Word pairs in sentences and a. This bed is bad.
Dan is in the den.
She said that she was sad.
I guess I need gas.
They laughed after he left.
I bet that's a bat.
Sentences for practice and a. Make sure that you pronounce the and the a sounds differently.
Every member of my family is left-handed.
My best friend Frank is a successful dentist.
Kenny's bad headache lasted several days.
Glenn drank 10 glasses of fresh lemonade.
Everyone was happy that he was elected president.
Don't forget to thank Dan for his generous present. Voicemail message with and a. You have reached Ellen Edwards. I'm sorry I can't answer right now. I'm away from my desk. Please leave a message, and I will get back to you as soon as I can. Review of a, and o sounds. These sounds are frequently confused. Non-native speakers sometimes do not clearly distinguish the difference between cup and cop and cap and cope. The sound. Remember, the sound as in fun or cup is a neutral vowel, meaning that everything in your mouth is relaxed and the lips are just very slightly open. the ah and the aw sounds. In contrast to the ah and the aw sounds, as in father and saw, require the mouth to be open. Ah and aw are very similar sounds, except for the aw, the lips are a little bit more oval in shape and the tongue is slightly tense. However, in many parts of the United States, the ah and aw are pronounced the same. For example, many Americans pronounce hot and tall with the same vowel sound. The O sound. For the O sound, as in boat, the lips are rounded and tense. Warning, dangerous mistakes. Confusing ah, aw, and o can cause embarrassment or can be offensive. Do you mean Doug or dog? Also, mispronouncing words like Coke, focus, fork, and folk can cause you to say an inappropriate or offensive word. Vowel contrasts dialogue for ah, aw, and o. Coffee tomorrow.
Hi, Nicole. Can you talk?
Oh, hi, John. Can you hold on? I'm on another call. I'm talking to my boss.
No problem. I'll wait till you're done.
Okay, now I can talk. I'm sorry it took so long. What's going on?
Nothing much. I just wanted to know if we can meet for lunch or coffee tomorrow.
Oh, that sounds like fun. I've been working non-stop and I'd love to get out of the office.
The problematic O. Words spelled with the letter O can cause many frustrations for students of the American accent. You have already learned that the pronunciation of a vowel doesn't necessarily correspond to the spelling of the vowel. This is especially true of the letter O. The letters O in the words job, love, and only are all pronounced differently. Here is a quote by Helen Keller, which contains 14 different words spelled with the letter O and has all 3 different vowel pronunciations. You will hear the quote twice. First, just listen. The second time you hear it, you will have a chance to repeat. When one door of happiness closes, another opens. But often we look so long at the closed door that we do not see the one which has opened for us. When one door of happiness closes, another opens. But often we look so long at the closed door that we do not see the one which has opened for us. First, let's look at the most problematic sound with an O spelling. It's the neutral sound as in love, other, and Monday, which non-native speakers frequently mispronounce as lav, other, and Monday. The wrong pronunciation occurs because the sound doesn't exist in some languages, and also because learners are used to this sound usually being spelled with the letter U, as in up, fun, and Sunday. You will improve your American accent if you simply memorize some very common words with the sound that are spelled with an O, OU, or even sometimes a double O. Memorizing the exceptions. Words spelled with O but pronounced as above, another, brother, color, cover, come, does, done, dove, from, gonna, love, Monday, money, month, mother, none, nothing, of, once, one, other, oven, some, something, somewhere, sun, ton, tongue, one, wonderful. Words spelled with an OU and pronounced as double, country, couple, tough, Douglas, cousin, enough, touch, rough, southern. Words spelled with a double O and pronounced as blood, flood. Sentences for practice for the sound spelled with O and OU.
My cousin is in another country.
I love some of those colors.
He makes a ton of money every month.
My other brother comes once a month.
Nothing was done on Monday.
None of the above are good enough.
Word pairs in sentences. The following pairs of words are spelled the same except for one consonant being different. Both words are spelled with an O, but the O's are pronounced differently. The second word of the pair is the sound. Bother, brother.
Don't bother your brother.
Rome, come.
When will you come to Rome?
Bone, done.
The dog is done with the bone.
Tom, from.
Where is Tom from?
Pouch, touch.
Don't touch the pouch.
Cough, tough.
It's tough to have a cough.
Goes, does.
He goes there and does it.
Collar, color.
What is the color of your collar?
Over, oven.
Come over to see my oven.
Sentence pairs for and ah. The following pairs of sentences are the same, except the first one has a word with an ah sound, and the second one has a word with an sound.
You have a good lock.
You have good luck.
Where's that cop?
Where's that cup?
I shot it.
I shut it.
He's a big boss.
It's a big bus.
This is Don.
This is done.
The American ah sound. In American English, the ah sound, as in caught and all, is very similar to the ah sound, as in want and hot. In fact, these two sounds, ah and ah, are so similar in many parts of the United States that some language experts even claim that they're the same sound. So, while going through these lessons, if you're not able to clearly distinguish between these two vowels, don't worry about it. Neither can many native speakers of American English. Warning, common mistake. If you studied English outside of the United States, you might have learned British pronunciation. The vowel sound that is most noticeably different between British and American English is the ah. In British English, this sound is much more rounded, almost like the O. The words coat and caught sound similar in British English, but as you have learned, they're very different in American English. Let's practice pronouncing the differences between the two sounds ah and O. Sentence pairs for practice for ah and O. The following pairs of sentences are the same, except the first one has a word with an ah sound and the second one has a word with an O. He's a bald man.
He's a bold man.
Where's the ball?
Where's the bowl?
That's a big hall.
That's a big hole.
Don't pause now.
Don't pose now.
I have a big lawn.
I have a big loan.
Word pairs in a sentence for ah and O. I bought a new boat.
There's a ball in the bowl.
Did you call about the coal?
You ought to eat oats.
I was awed that he owed so much. Sentences for practice for ah and O. We all thought that Joe went to Rome.
I bought some clothes at the mall.
The audience applauded when the show was over.
Paul is going home in August.
We're going for a walk even though it's cold.
The author wrote his autobiography.
Study tip. Have you ever heard Americans speak your native language? Practice imitating their accent. This will help you to get in touch with the American mouth movements and sounds. For example, when Americans speak Spanish, you will notice that they often prolong the Spanish O into an O sound. Hola amigo often sounds like hola amigo, or my friends Ricardo and Roberto sound like my friends Ricardo and Roberto. A similar vowel change often occurs when Americans speak French. The vowel E ends up sounding like can sound like je vais au marché. So, when you speak English, prolong these vowels the same way. Review of e, a, and o. Here is a quote by Mother Teresa which contains all of the vowels we just finished reviewing. You will hear the quote twice. First, just listen, and the second time you hear it, you will have a chance to repeat. I know God will not give me anything I can't handle. I just wish that He didn't trust me with so much. I know God will not give me anything I can't handle. I just wish that He didn't trust me with so much. Let's review the vowel sounds that we have been working on so far. Practice saying the following short words that contain the following vowel sounds: e, a, and o. Kept, cap, cop, cup, cope,
Kettle. Cat. Caught. cut, coat,
best, bass, boss, bus, boast,
shell, shadow, shone, shun, shown,
leg, lack, lock, luck, low,
net, gnat, knot, nut, note,
bet, bat, bought, but, boat,
lend, land, lawn, London, loan. Review of and sounds. Sound contrasts for practice for and oo. Remember, is a relaxed sound with lips almost neutral, just very slightly rounded, and oo is a tense sound. The lips are rounded and tense. Dialogues for practice.
Will you start to cook soon?
No, I'm still too full to think of food.
Who took my cookie?
Don't look at me.
You should have had some soup. It's so good.
No thanks, I'm really full.
He's foolish to walk in the woods by himself.
Yes, there are a lot of wolves in those woods.
I think that wolves howl when the moon is full.
Is that really true? Do you like my new boots?
Yes, they're cool.
And take a look at my blue suit. It's made of wool.
To tell you the truth, I wouldn't wear the blue suit if I were you.
Don't you think it looks good on me?
I think you should return it.
And I think you shouldn't be so rude.
Oo versus you. Some words that contain the letter U are sometimes pronounced differently in other English accents. Some British speakers often add an extra y sound before the oo. Non-native speakers who studied British English in their native countries are often surprised to learn that Americans say Tuesday instead of the British Tuesday. Similarly, you may have learned to say tune rather than tune. Words for practice. Here are some common words spelled with the letter U and pronounced as oo rather than you. For example, don't say student, say student. Attitude, costume, do, duty, gratitude, introduce, opportunity, produce, reduce, seduce, solitude, Stewart, stupid, student, studio, tube, Tuesday, tumor, tune, tutor. Sentences for practice. It's your duty to produce it by Tuesday.
Those students like iTunes and YouTube.
May I introduce you to my tutor?
The producer is in the studio working on a new tune.
I assume that it's due on Tuesday.
That's a stupid attitude, Stuart.
Review of the sound. The words work, turn, bird, and early are all spelled with a different vowel, yet the vowel sound is the same. This frequently happens when a vowel is followed by the letter R. The sound remains Non-native speakers are frequently tempted to pronounce the vowels as they're spelled, and they make the common mistake of saying work instead of work, or turn instead of turn, and sometimes even beard instead of bird. Words for practice. You will hear 5 words at a time, each having a different spelling, but the same sound. The words are spelled in this order: ER, EAR, IR, OR, and UR. Practice saying the words and make sure that the vowel sound doesn't change even though the spelling does. Number 1. Her, early, circle, work, turn.
Serve, earth, dirt, worry, curly.
Verb, earn, first, worse, burn.
Were, heard, girl, worm, Thursday.
Nerd, learn, birthday, world, hurt. Sentences for practice for the sound. What were the first words that she learned?
I will learn the German verbs by Thursday.
It's too early to serve dessert.
The third version is worse than the first.
It's not worth worrying about another birthday.
I heard some curse words at work.
They weren't certain that the Earth circles the sun. Vowels followed by the R sound. The quality of the vowel often changes when the R follows it. There is a slight sound that is added after certain vowels, making it sound almost as if the word contains an extra syllable. For example, fire. Don't say fire, say fire. Words for practice, adding an extra sound before the sound. E plus R. Ear. Fear. Near. Here. Clear. Plus Far. Star. Hard. Large. Ow plus Hour. sour, power, flower. I plus higher, tired, expire, Ireland. O plus for, tore, more, bored. E plus hair, there, care, stairs. Sentences for practice. Take the stairs in case of fire.
The employer is hiring and firing.
I hear that it expired on the 4th.
I can't afford to shop in that store.
I am near the cashier by the stairs.
How far is Ireland from here?
Chapter 3, Consonants. Voiceless and voiced consonants. One way that we categorize consonants is by determining whether they're voiceless or voiced. It's important to know the difference between them because the length of the vowel that comes before is determined by whether the consonant that follows it is voiceless or voiced. You will learn more about this later in this chapter. Also, knowing whether a sound is voiceless or voiced will help you to correctly pronounce the ed endings and the s endings of words. You will learn this in detail in the next chapter. First, let's learn how to distinguish between a voiced and a voiceless consonant. Place your fingers in the front middle part of your neck. Now say z, as in the word zoo. Now, let's make it longer. Z. You should feel a vibration in your vocal cords. This is how you know that the z sound is voiced. Now, let's try this with the s sound, as in the word sat. Say s. Now, let's prolong it. S. This time, there was no vibration in your vocal cords. That's all there is to it. The tongue and lip positions of the z and the s are identical. The only difference between them is vibration or no vibration. Vowel length and voiced and voiceless consonants. Vowels are longer when followed by a voiced consonant and shorter when followed by a voiceless consonant. Even short vowels like I, e, and are prolonged when followed by a voiced consonant. For example, I followed by a voiced consonant sounds like I, as in big. Warning, common mistake. When you lengthen a vowel, make sure that you do not change the sound of the vowel. When you say hid, make sure that it doesn't sound like heed. Voiceless and voiced consonants. Word pairs for practice. The first word of the pair ends with the voiceless consonant and the second with the voiced one. Notice the difference in vowel length. S, z.
Advice, advise. Ice, eyes. Niece, knees.
T, d.
Mate, maid. Hat, had. Bet, bed.
F, v.
Half, have. life, live. Belief, believe.
K, g.
Back, bag. Duck, dog. Duck, dug.
Sentence pairs for practice for voiceless and voiced consonants. You will hear two sentences. The first sentence has a word with the voiceless consonant, and the second sentence has a word with the voiced consonant.
My wallet is in the back. My wallet is in the bag. I saw $5 on the floor. I saw 5 bugs on the floor. He has blue ice. He has blue eyes. I heard about the lice. I heard about the lies.
Word pairs in sentences.
He told me lies about the lice. His eyes are ice cold. There was a buzz on the bus. The dog is on the dock.
Stops and continuance. There is another important way the consonants are categorized besides whether they're voiced or voiceless. Consonants can either be stops or continuants, depending on whether the airflow is stopped or if it's continued. For example, when we say the s sound, spelled with the letter S, we can prolong it by saying yes. The S sound is considered a continuant because the airflow can continue as long as we have air in our lungs. But if we say the word job, we cannot continue the final B sound. We stop the airflow by closing our lips. Therefore, B is a stop. If we quickly open our lips, we can then release the stop and say job. Holding final stops. Americans generally do not release many of the final stops. For example, when they say the letter P in the word stop, the lips stay closed. No air comes out. This creates almost a silent version of the sound P, or a half P. We know the P is there, but we don't hear all of it. If the lips were released, there would be a slight puff of air. Let's try another stop, the sound G. Don't say big, say big. Hold the final G sound by making sure that your tongue remains up in the back of the mouth when you're done saying the word. Words for practice. Final P.
Stop. Cup. Up. Shop.
Final B.
Club. Job. Sub. Tub.
Final D.
Married. Played. Sad. Dad.
Final T.
That. Sat. It. Cut.
Final stop followed by another consonant. The final stop is held when the next word within the same sentence is another consonant. However, when the final stop is at the end of the sentence, this rule is much more flexible. Sometimes the sound is released, as in, the house is big, or it's held, as in, the house is big. However, you wouldn't say, this is a big house. Instead, you would hold the G sound of the word big, and you would say, "This is a big house." Word groups for practice. Make sure that you hold the final consonant of the first word of the pair.
Help him. Keep talking. Did that. Could go.
Stop that. Job market. Big park. Cupcake. You will learn more rules about pronouncing final consonants in Chapter 8, titled Sound Like a True Native Speaker. Chapter 4, Problematic Consonants. This chapter will help you to fix the most common consonant errors that non-native speakers of English make. The pronunciation of some of these sounds is exclusive to American English, and other times the pronunciation is difficult for non-native speakers because the sound does not exist in their native language. The various T sounds of American English. We'll start with one of the most distinctly American consonants, the letter T. The T can be pronounced in several different ways, depending on its position in a word and depending on the other sounds that surround it. Sometimes the T sounds more like a D, as in water and atom, and sometimes it's not pronounced at all, as in often and interview. Other times it's barely pronounced, as in but and cat. Also, it can change to a different sound when it's followed by an R, as in try or truth. The held T. As a simple awareness exercise, let's first practice saying the T sound so that you get a feeling of where in the mouth it occurs. Repeat saying the T, 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 t. You will notice that the tip of your tongue is touching and releasing your gum ridge, which is the upper part of your mouth right behind your front teeth. T, t, t. This is what we call the fully pronounced T. The tongue touches and releases. Now, say the following two words which end with the T. Cat. Right. Say them again. This time, do not release the T. Just let your tongue stay on top, touching the gum ridge with no air coming out when you're saying the T. Cat. Right. This sound is called the held T. The other way to make this kind of silent T is just to press the vocal cords together and stop the airflow and then release. Cat. Right. The T is generally held at the end of words and before consonants within words. This held T is very common in American English. Using it will help you to sound more like a native speaker, since non-native speakers almost always tend to release the T when speaking English. Listen to the following sentences repeated twice and notice how the first time the T's are released and the second time the T's are held. It's not that hot tonight. It's not that hot tonight. The T in the second sentence is almost silent. All you hear is the interruption of the previous sound. This just gives you an idea that the T is there. Note: you will sometimes hear Americans release the final T. If they do, it's usually at the end of a phrase or a sentence, or for special emphasis of a word. For example, "That's great. It's so hot." There is no absolute rule about always holding the T, but keep in mind that if you release the T at the end of every word, it will sound like a foreign accent. Practice with the final T. First, just listen to the words pronounced two different ways, with the T released and the T held. Then repeat, just saying the word with the held T. Cut. Cut. Robert. Robert. State. State. Out. Out. Present. Present. Budget. Budget. List. List. absent, absent, met, met. Word contrasts for the final held T. Listen to the differences between the following pairs of words. They sound almost the same except the second word ends with a T. Notice how in the second word, the final held T interrupts and shortens the previous consonant. Can, can't. Fall, fault. Star, start. Men, meant. Fell, felt. Car, cart. Did you say can or can't? The silent T is one of the reasons why you may have a hard time hearing the difference between the words can and can't. Instead of saying I can't do it, Americans hold the T and say I can't do it. Held T plus a consonant. Always hold the final T when the next word begins with a consonant. Instead of saying at work, say at work. Word pairs for practice. It was. Might do. Can't go. At work. Didn't like. Won't need. 8 weeks. Budget cut. Always hold the T when the next letter within the same word is a consonant. Football. Outside. Lately. Nightmare. Atmosphere. Atlas. Atlanta. Butler. Sentences for practice for the held T. I might not do that.
It's not that great.
He built that website last night.
It felt quite hot in Vermont.
What? That can't be right.
Matt went out for a bite to eat.
That apartment felt quite hot.
If you eat out every night, you'll get fat.
Study tip. Make a list of the most common words that are used in your workplace, or if you're a student, the terminology in your field of study. Find out the correct pronunciation of these words. Also, master the pronunciation of the name of the company that you work for and the names of your American coworkers. This will greatly add to your confidence level when you're speaking in a professional situation. Held T before an N sound. When the T is followed by an N or N sound within a word, make sure that you hold the T. For example, we don't say button or button, we say button. Hold the T as in but, and then add an N without releasing the tongue from the gum ridge. Button. Similarly, don't say written or written, say written. Don't say kitten or kitten, say kitten. Words for practice. Certain. Gotten. Mountain. Lighten. Cotton. Britain. Eaten. Written. Forgotten. Frighten. Sentences for practice. T plus N sound. I will shorten the curtain.
He has eaten the rotten food.
I'm certain that it was written in Britain.
I've already forgotten the sentence.
That cotton blouse has buttons.
Martin Luther King and Bill Clinton are famous Americans.
T after N. The T after an N or an N sound is often silent. Instead of saying internet, you will frequently hear Americans say internet. This is fairly standard speech, and it's not considered overly casual or sloppy speech. Words for practice. Interview. 20. Disappointing. Accountable. Dentist. Intellectual. Quantity. Advantages. International. Center. Cantaloupe. Plenty. Santa Monica. Atlanta. Orange County. Sacramento. Dialogues for practice.
There are many advantages to working for that international company.
I'll be disappointed if they don't call me for an interview.
I hear they're looking for someone with interpersonal skills and plenty of energy.
It's only 20 minutes from Santa Monica. When T is between two vowels. The T sounds like a fast D sound when it's between two vowels. When a T is between two vowels, it's generally pronounced like a fast D sound. We don't say better, we say better. It also sounds the same as the rolling R sound that sounds like R of many languages, where the tip of the tongue touches the upper gum ridge. This sound is also sometimes called a tapped T because you quickly tap the tip of the tongue on the gum ridge. Listen to the following 3 pairs of sentences. The first sentence of each pair is pronounced with a foreign accent or a British accent. The second sentence is an American sound. It's better and better. It's better and better. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I ate a lot of meat. I ate a lot of meat. The T becomes a fast D in the following cases. Between two vowels, we don't say better, we say better. Before an L, we don't say little, we say little. After an R and a vowel, we don't say party, we say party. We don't say 40, we say 40. Note, the T does not change to a fast D sound if the T is within a stressed syllable. We don't say attack, we say attack. Words for practice. City. Duty. Better. Ability. Total. Matter. Meeting. Quality. When T is between two words. This fast D also occurs between two separate words when the first word ends with a vowel and a T, and the next word begins with a vowel. For example, not at all sounds like not at all. Again, this is not sloppy or casual speech. It is a standard American accent. Word groups.
It is.
Get up.
Try it on.
Eat out.
At 11.
Wait a minute.
What if?
Put it off. Sentences for practice.
I'll eat it a little later.
I bought an auto battery for $40.
Peter wrote a better letter.
I'd better go to the meeting at 11.
He met her at a computer store in Seattle.
It's a pity that he's getting fatter and fatter.
Tell the waiter to bring it a little later.
He bought a lot of bottles of water.
Betty's knitting a little sweater for her daughter.
It'll be better if you heat it before you eat it. The fast D between two vowels. In addition to the standard D sound, as in words like dog, day, and bed, there is another kind of D sound that occurs between two vowels and also before an L. It sounds exactly like the T between two vowels. Instead of saying ready, we say ready. It's the sound made with the tip of the tongue quickly tapping the gum bridge. Word pairs for practice. The following word pairs sound the same even though the first word is spelled with the T and the second word is spelled with the D. Since they're both between two vowels, the sounds are identical. Medal. He won a gold medal in the Olympics. Metal. My car is made out of metal. Adam. His first name is Adam. Atom. An atom is the smallest unit of an element. Hit it. My hand hurts because I hit it hard. Hit it. You can't find it because I hit it. Leader. The president is the leader of the country. Liter. How much is a liter of gasoline? Feudal. There was a feudal system in the Middle Ages. Futile meaning useless. My effort was totally futile. Individual words for fast D between two vowels. Listen to the fast D sounds in the following words. Already. Addict. Canada. Editor. Ladder. Product. Middle. Shadow. Word pairs. Add on. Made it. Hit it. Fed up. Sentences for practice.
I already added it.
Adam will edit the middle part.
Those products are made in Canada.
She had on a Prada dress.
I'm fed up with that crowded elevator.
Note: remember, if the D is within a stressed syllable, this rule does not apply. First, you will hear a word with a normal D and then one with a fast D. Adopt, addict. adore, audit. T plus R sounds like an almost ch sound. When the T is followed by an R sound, the T changes and becomes an almost ch sound. Instead of saying trouble, we say trouble. Instead of saying true, we say true. To create this sound correctly, say ch as in chain, but just make the tip of the tongue a bit more tense when it touches the gum ridge and focus on creating a stop of air. T, t, t. Words for practice for T plus R.
Travel. Turkey.
Tradition. Introduce.
Translate. Interest.
Traffic. Extremely.
Turn. Terrific.
D plus R sounds almost like dr sound. When the D is followed by an R, the D changes and becomes an almost j. Instead of saying drive, we say drive. Instead of dress, we say dress. Words for practice for D plus R.
Drink. Children.
Drop. Address.
Dream. Cathedral.
Drama. 100.
Syndrome. Laundry.
Dialogues for practice for T plus R and D plus R.
Why do you travel by train?
Because the traffic is so dreadful.
What did Sandra tell the attorney?
She told him the truth about the drugs.
Have you traveled to Turkey?
Yes, that country has some interesting traditions.
I told him 100 times not to drink and drive.
I'm sure he'll try to stay out of trouble.
To tell you the truth, I'm drained from all this drama.
D plus U is usually pronounced as j, as in the word joke. Words for practice. Gradual. Schedule. Graduation.
Education. Procedure. Individual.
D plus Y is usually pronounced as j, as in joke. Did you? Would you?
Could you? Should you?
T plus U is usually pronounced as ch, as in church. Actually. Situation. Ritual.
Adventure. Virtual. Fortunate.
Statue. Nature.
Punctual. Picture.
Final T plus Y is usually pronounced as ch, as in church. Don't you? Won't you?
Can't you? Aren't you?
Sentences for practice. Did you go to his graduation?
Would you take our picture?
Why can't you be punctual?
Don't you like nature?
Actually, this is a fortunate situation.
You're adventurous, aren't you?
Why won't you do it gradually?
Can't you change your schedule?
ED endings. The final ED forms the past tense of regular verbs such as needed and worked, and some adjectives such as interested and tired. The ED can cause problems for non-native speakers because it can be pronounced in 3 different ways, as id, d, or t. Here are the 3 rules you need to know. Rule number 1. If the last letter of the word is spelled with a D or a T, the ED is pronounced as a separate syllable, id. Words for practice. Needed. Avoided.
Admitted. Separated.
Attended. Visited.
Decided. Waited.
Rule number 2. If the last letter of the word ends in a voiced consonant or a vowel sound, the E is silent and the D is pronounced as D. Words for practice. Opened. Called.
Changed. Closed.
Earned. Loved.
Pulled. Showed.
Rule number 3. If the last letter of the word ends in a voiceless consonant, the E is silent and the D is pronounced as T. Words for practice. Passed. Washed.
Helped. Watched.
Laughed. Worked.
Stopped. Liked.
Linking ED endings plus a vowel. Linking is connecting the final sound of one word to the first sound of the following word. You will need to learn to link words together to create smooth, natural speech. This is discussed in much greater detail in Chapter 8. Sound like a true native speaker. It's especially important for you to learn to link words with ED endings. The final T and D sounds are much easier to pronounce if they're connected to the vowel that follows it. For example, stayed in sounds like stayed in. Turned on sounds like turned on. Developed a sounds like developed a. Needed a sounds like needed a. Words for practice. Worried about. Looked at. Talked about.
Interested in. Worked on. Liked it.
More linking practice. ED verbs plus the word it. You will first hear a verb in the present tense, then you will hear it in the past tense ED form linked with the word it. Need. I needed it. Paint. I painted it.
Attend. I attended it. Admit. I admitted it.
Cook. I cooked it. Like. I liked it.
Watch. I watched it. Stop. I stopped it.
Use. I used it. Clean. I cleaned it.
Change. I changed it. Love. I loved it.
Conversations for practice for ED verbs. Listen to the following dialogues, which contain questions and answers, but only repeat the answers because those contain the ED verb and the word it. Make sure that you link these two words.
What did you think of the movie?
I liked it a lot.
What did you do with the money?
I deposited it in the bank.
How did you cook the chicken?
I fried it in oil.
Is the heater on?
No, I turned it off.
When did you paint the room?
I painted it last week. Dialogues for practice, job interview. Listen to the ED endings of the past tense verbs and try to determine which of the three possible sounds you hear, d, t, or id. In the first part of the job interview, each of the ED verbs is followed by a word that starts with a vowel. Make sure that you're linking these two words. Tell me about some of your experiences as a university student.
I studied accounting and finance. I graduated at the top of my class. I maintained a 4.0 GPA. I played on my college basketball team and participated in many extracurricular activities. I volunteered at the homeless shelter. I partied every weekend. I dated a lot of pretty girls. I loved every minute of it.
Describe some of your personal qualities that would make you qualified for this position.
I'm detail-oriented, highly motivated, and organized. I'm also focused and determined, and I work well in a fast-paced environment. I have an advanced knowledge of computers. I'm also college-educated and well-traveled.
The TH. The TH is one of the most difficult consonant sounds for non-native speakers. Remember, for this sound, the tip of the tongue should touch the edges of your front teeth. The tip of the tongue vibrates a bit while air flows out through your tongue and your upper teeth. It's also okay to just touch the back of the front teeth as long as the air is flowing through. There are two TH sounds in English. The voiced TH, as in that, and the voiceless TH, as in think. Words for practice for the voiceless TH. Anything. Author. Both.
Earth. Ninth. Health.
Nothing. Thank. Thing.
Thursday. Wealthy. With.
Word pairs for the voiceless th. With nothing. 9th birthday.
Both methods. 3rd month.
Warning. Common mistake. Voiceless th versus t. Some non-native speakers incorrectly pronounce the voiceless th as a t, and the following words end up sounding the same. Thank, tank. Bath, bat. To correct this problem, change the position of your tongue by moving it forward to touch the teeth. Also, make sure that there's an airflow between your tongue and your teeth. Words for practice for the voiced th.
Although. Breathe. Clothing.
Father, mother, rather.
This. The. Then.
They, those. Weather. Word pairs for the voiced th.
That clothing. This weather.
Neither brother. Mother and father. Warning. Common mistake. Voiced th versus d. Some non-native speakers incorrectly pronounce the voiced th as a d. The following words end up sounding the same. They, day. Breathe, breed. Again, to correct this problem, change the position of your tongue by moving it forward to touch the teeth. Also, make sure that there is a flow of air between your tongue and your teeth. Warning. Make sure that your tongue vibrates under your upper teeth. Don't bite your tongue and don't press it on your upper teeth too strongly. This will block the flow of air that is required to produce this sound correctly. The American R. Many languages have what is called a rolling R, where the tip of the tongue touches the gum ridge, similar to the d sound, but with a quick and repeated motion. It sounds like this: r, bright, Russia, from, red. In contrast, the American R is produced in the back of the mouth, and the tip of the tongue never touches anywhere inside the mouth. There are several ways to produce the American R. Try both of them and decide which one is easier for you to create. Method 1. Simply curl the tip of your tongue and pull it back a bit and keep the tongue tense. Method 2. Let the back of the tongue do all the work. Press the sides of your tongue up against the back teeth. In this case, you do not need to curl the tip of your tongue. It should sound like this: red, March, here, for. Unlike the British R, the American R is always pronounced. It's never silent. Pay particular attention to the R at the end of the word, as in for, more, far, and teacher. R at the end of the word. Words for practice.
More. Here. Her. For.
Culture. Where. Sure. Car. Word groups for final R. All of the following words have an R at the end. Make sure you pronounce each one clearly.
4-door car. Her younger sister. They're never here. Sooner or later.
Lobster for dinner. Your older brother. 4 more over there. R before a consonant. The R before a consonant is also always pronounced in American English, but generally not pronounced in British English. Americans say morning, first, modern. In British English, these words are pronounced as morning, first, modern. Word pairs.
Important information. First person. Hard to understand. Northern California.
Early in the morning. Survive divorce. Learn German. Undergoing surgery.
30%. Modern furniture. March bargain. Perfect performance.
Advice from a successful student.
I have collected a list of words that are difficult for me to pronounce. I make up sentences from these words and I practice saying them over and over.
The American L. For the L sound, the tip of the tongue touches the gum ridge behind the upper teeth, just the same as when creating the T and D sounds. The airstream flows through the sides of the tongue. When the L occurs at the end of the word, make sure that you don't release it quickly as you would with the T or D. This will make your L sound foreign. The American L is softer and longer than the L sound of many other languages. Don't say, I feel well. Say, I feel well. Notice how the L is prolonged by keeping the tongue up longer. Warning. Common mistake. Don't round your lips when you're saying the L. This will weaken it and make it sound more like a W. Don't say people, say people. Words for practice.
Although. Call. Children.
Cold. Difficult. Felt.
Film. Little. Milk.
Myself. People. Will. Word pairs for practice.
Tall girl. Felt guilty.
Old school. Tall wall.
Cold milk. Gold medal.
Little children. 12 soldiers. L before a consonant. For Asian speakers, the L is particularly difficult to pronounce when it's followed by a consonant. If you don't correctly move your tongue, the words code and cold will sound the same. Practice the following word pairs, making sure that you clearly pronounce the L of the second word. The first word of the pair has no L sound. Word contrasts for practice.
Code. Cold. Debt. Dealt.
Toad. told, wide, wild. Long vowels plus L. When a long vowel is followed by an L, put an extra sound in between. Instead of saying feel, say feel. It's almost as if you're adding an extra syllable. Words for practice: E plus ol. Feel, steal, deal, real, wheel, heel. A plus ul. Sail, mail, whale, pale, fail, exhale. I plus ul. Mile, while, style, smile, file, trial. Oi plus ul. Oil, toil, spoil, foil, boil, soil. U plus ul. Tool, school, rule, fool, cool, pool. Word pairs:
Fail school. Cool style.
miles and miles, real deal,
Steal the tool. File the mail.
L or R. Warning: common mistake. If your tongue is not touching the right place in the mouth, your L will sound like an R, and the word wall will sound like war. To correctly pronounce the L, make sure that the tip of the tongue is in the front, near the upper front teeth, when it touches the top of your mouth. If the tip of your tongue is pulled farther back in the mouth, it might sound like an R instead. Use a mirror to see the position of your tongue for the L. L and R in the final position. Pay attention to the position of your tongue as you practice these two final sounds. Prolong the sounds as you concentrate on what your tongue is doing. Sound contrasts.
Feel, fear, deal, dear, stole, store, mole, more.
Bowl, bore, tile, tire, while, wire, file, fire. R and L after a consonant. When the R or L sound is after a consonant, make sure that it's strong enough to be clearly heard. Fully pronounce the first consonant before you begin the R or the L. Otherwise, fright and flight will end up sounding like fight. You can even add a short sound between the two consonants. Say fright, three. Word contrasts for practice. You will hear 3 sets of words. The first one contains no R and no L. The second one contains an R, and the third one contains an L. Fame, frame, flame. Bead, breed, bleed. Gas, grass, glass.
Fee, free, flee. Fight, fright, flight. Pay, pray, play.
Advice from a successful student.
My friend and I are both Chinese, and we are both studying accent reduction. We get together and speak only in English, and we try to correct each other's mistakes. We are able to point out a lot of mistakes to each other, even though we are not Americans. We have learned what our main weaknesses are, and now it's just a matter of reminding each other and practicing in order to break those old habits.
The V sound. To produce the V sound correctly, make sure that the lower lip touches the upper teeth. People who speak quickly have a tendency to drop this sound at the end of words. Others may confuse it with an F sound, and some others change it to a B or a W sound. Words for practice. Very. Verb. Vote.
11. Involve. Achieve.
Have. 12. 5. Sentences for practice. 5 of David's relatives live in Vienna.
Steve and Vivian will come over at 11.
I believe he will move to Vermont in November.
Whoever is involved will be investigated.
"12 of us drove to the river near Vegas.
Avoid drinking vodka every day.
They served flavorful veal and a variety of vegetables.
I've been given a favorable evaluation.
I would have invited you over, but I had a fever.
They've never believed my viewpoint.
B and V sound contrasts. Non-native speakers of some languages have a hard time distinguishing between the B and the V. Remember, for the V sound, the upper teeth touch the lower lip. For the B, both lips touch and fully close so that no air escapes. Word contrasts.
Vest, best. Very, berry. Vow, bow.
Vet, bet. Curve, curb. Vote, boat. Word pairs in sentences. That's a very good berry.
That's the best vest.
Can you vote on a boat?
Park next to the curb on the curve.
I bet he's a vet. Sentences for practice.
Beverly is very busy developing her new business.
Vince loves basketball and baseball.
Ben drove to Las Vegas in his black Volvo.
I believe they've been to Virginia before.
Did Vivian have a birthday in November?
They've never been able to prove it, have they?
Cucumber and broccoli are Ben's favorite vegetables.
Gabriel was overwhelmed when he won the Nobel Prize for the novel. The W sound. The W sound requires the lips to be fully rounded and pushed forward a bit. Many non-native speakers confuse the V and the W sounds, V and W. To avoid this mistake, make sure that the bottom lip is not touching your upper teeth when you're saying the W. Let's practice saying the W to make sure you're pronouncing it correctly. Then we'll practice V and W together. Words for practice.
Always. Wish. Flower. Work.
Well. Window. Wife. Swim. QU sounds like KW. Words that are spelled with QU are pronounced as Qu.
Quick. Question. Require.
Quiet. Quality. Frequent. Word pairs for practice.
White wine. Always working. Quick wedding. Powerful wind. Weak witness.
Wonderful weekend. Anywhere you wish. 20 flowers. Windshield wiper. Frequent question. V and W sound contrasts. Word contrasts. Vine, wine. Vow, wow. Vet, wet.
Vest. West. Verse. Worse. Veal. Wheel.
Word pairs. Every week. Very well. Wise investment. Weigh the vegetables. West Virginia.
Wonderful voice. White van. Valuable watch. Wear the vest. Weird video.
Sentences for practice. Victor's wife, Vicky, was very wise.
It was very warm all week.
Don't wear your valuable watch this weekend.
When will Vic weigh the vegetables?
Were you involved in Vivian's wedding plans?
Will we view the video on Wednesday?
S and Z The letter S is sometimes pronounced as a Z sound and sometimes as a S sound. When the S follows a consonant, there are rules for how you pronounce it. But when it follows a vowel, there are no rules, so it's best to just memorize the exceptions. Warning: common mistake. The letter Z is never pronounced as a S sound. If your native language is Spanish, compare the way Americans pronounce common Spanish last names, such as Gomez, Alvarez, versus the way they're pronounced in Spanish. Rules for pronouncing S and Z. Voiceless consonants followed by an S are pronounced as S. Books. Eats.
Stops. Cats.
Makes. Helps.
Likes. Surfs.
Voiced consonants followed by an S are pronounced as Z. Eggs. Comes.
Beds. Boys.
Lives. Loans.
Cars. Feels.
When a word is spelled with a double S, it's pronounced as a S. Boss. Massive.
Less. Lesson.
Success. Essay. An extra syllable is added to words that end with an S before these consonant sounds. J. Manages. Changes.
Sh. Washes. Dishes.
Ch. Churches. Matches.
S. Bosses. Faces.
X. Boxes. Faxes. Study tip. Memorize these very common words that have a final S. The S is pronounced as a Z and not a S. Was. Is. As.
His. Hers. Has.
These. Those. Whose.
Goes. Does. Always.
Because. Warning: common mistake. The S in the prefix dis is pronounced as S and not as Z. Examples: disagree. Disorder.
Disobey. Disapprove.
Disappear. Disability. Verbs and nouns. The following words that are spelled with an S have a Z sound if they're verbs and have a S sound if they're nouns. Use, to use. Abuse, to abuse. Close, to close.
House, to house. Excuse, to excuse. Advice, to advise.
Sentence pairs for practice. Do you still use this?
No, I have no use for it anymore.
Where will they house their guests?
They have a guest house.
Does he abuse drugs?
Yes, he's getting help for his drug abuse.
Please excuse me.
I don't accept your excuse.
Would you close the door?
You do it. You're close to it.
Can you advise me on this?
Sure, I can give you some advice.
Sentences for practice. Remember to pronounce all of the final S sounds of plural nouns and of verbs with third-person singular form, he, she, and it. Say the following sentences quickly, making sure that you're not forgetting the S endings. A dishwasher washes dishes.
A bus driver drives buses.
A mechanic fixes cars.
A teacher teaches students.
A watchmaker makes watches.
A real estate agent sells houses.
Warning: common mistake. Make sure that you're not pronouncing the words this and these the same. The word this is singular and is pronounced with the short I sound and a s. The word these is plural and is pronounced with a long vowel E and a z sound. This, these. I like this book.
I like these books.
Story for practice. Listen to the following story and notice that the final S is pronounced as either s, z, or is.
Every morning he gets up early, brushes his teeth, washes his face, and eats breakfast. He kisses his wife and kids goodbye. He takes 2 buses to work. He usually manages to get to work before his coworkers. He reads his email, checks messages, and returns phone calls. He speaks with his colleagues and clients and conducts meetings. He focuses on his daily tasks and likes to take only 30 minutes for lunch.
The NG sound, ung. Don't drop the final G, but don't overpronounce it either. Don't say, I'm going shopping, and don't say, I'm going shopping. Instead, say, I'm going shopping. To create the NG sound, raise the back of the tongue and let it touch the soft palate, which is the back soft area of your mouth. Don't release your tongue when you say the G, or just release it slightly. The mistake of saying goin' shopping is that the tip of the tongue is touching the area right behind the upper front teeth for the n sound. And when you say going shopping, the mistake is that the g is released too much. Individual words: doing, teaching, coming,
Listening, being, going.
word pairs. Doing nothing, something wrong. Looking young.
Wedding ring. Bring everything. Feeling strong.
Sound contrasts for N and NG, N and ng. Remember, for the N as in thin, the tip of the tongue touches the gum ridge just behind the teeth. And for the ng as in thing, the tip of the tongue is down, not touching anywhere. The back of the tongue is up, touching the soft palate, which is located in the back of your mouth. Word contrasts for N and ng. Thin, thing. Ran, rang. Fan, fang.
Win, wing. Ban, bang. Run, rung.
Chapter 5. Syllable Stress. A syllable is a small unit of speech that consists of a vowel or a vowel and one or more consonants. Stressed and unstressed syllables form the basis of the rhythmic patterns of English words. Many languages place the same amount of stress on each syllable. For example, in many languages the word banana is pronounced as banana. All three syllables are stressed equally. In English, we pronounce the word as banana. The second syllable is stressed. The vowel within the stressed syllable is longer, louder, and higher in pitch. The vowel within the unstressed syllable is reduced and becomes a neutral short vowel called the schwa and is pronounced as It can be spelled with A, E, I, O, or U. All of the 5 vowels can sound the same if they are part of the reduced syllable. As you can see, it is more important to know which syllable is stressed than how the word is spelled. If people sometimes don't understand a particular word that you are saying, chances are you're stressing the wrong syllable. Stressed and reduced vowels. Listen to the following word pairs and notice the changes in the vowel sounds depending on whether the syllable is stressed or reduced. The first word of the pair has only one syllable, so the vowel must be fully pronounced. The second word has 2 syllables, with the second syllable reduced. Even though the ending of the second word is spelled exactly the same as the first word, the vowel is pronounced differently because it is part of the reduced syllable.
Man. Salesman. Pose. Purpose. Race. Terrace. Late. Chocolate.
Chord. Record. Rage. Courage. Fast. Breakfast. Land. England. Now, listen to vowel changes of words that have the reduced first syllable.
Con. Control. Add. Advice. Lag. Lagoon. Pod. Podiatrist. Ball. Balloon.
Red. Reduce. Off. Offend. Mat. Material. Or. Ordain. Mad. Madrid. Dangers of stressing the wrong syllable. Stressing the wrong syllable sometimes creates misunderstandings because people think you're pronouncing a completely different word. The following words are great examples of why syllable stress is such an important component of the American accent. Listen and repeat.
Noble, Nobel. He won the Nobel Prize for his noble effort.
Invalid, invalid. The invalid has an invalid permit.
Personal, personnel. Some of the personnel have some personal problems.
Eligible, illegible. You won't be eligible for that position if your handwriting is illegible.
Pronouns, pronounce. Can you pronounce those pronouns correctly?
Comedy, committee. The committee watched a comedy.
Advantages, advantageous. It would be advantageous to learn about the advantages of that method.
Decade, decayed. Their relationship has decayed in the past decade.
Access, excess. Do you have access to the excess data?
Content, content. Are you content with the content of that letter?
Career, carrier. He had a career working for an aircraft carrier.
Discus, discuss. The discus throwers discussed the competition. Study tip. Make a list of commonly used words at your workplace or your field of study. Ask a colleague or a classmate who is a native speaker to pronounce the words for you as you record them. Listen to the recordings, carefully noting which syllable is stressed. General rules of stress placement. This section will give you some general guidelines and patterns of American English syllable stress. Keep in mind that there are many exceptions to these rules and that English syllable stress can be quite irregular. Get into the habit of using your dictionary or asking native speakers to pronounce new or confusing words for you. Two-syllable words. Nouns, stress the first syllable.
Action. Paper. Building. Concert. Teacher. Father. Window. Garden.
Verbs, stress the second syllable. Produce. Achieve. Apply. Succeed. Attach. Employ. Include. Destroy.
Sentences for practice. You will hear both a noun and a verb form in each of these sentences. Notice the stress changes.
The singer wants to record a new record.
The drug addict is addicted to heroin.
He insulted me with a rude insult.
I would like to present all of the present members.
This permit permits you to park your car here.
They protested in the protest.
Do you object to this object?
The convict was convicted again.
I suspect that they caught the suspect.
They are going to contest the results of the contest.
Words ending with tion and ate. Verbs ending with ate stress the first syllable. Nouns ending with tion stress the second syllable before the suffix. Activate, activation.
Celebrate, celebration.
Congratulate, congratulation.
Demonstrate, demonstration.
Donate, donation.
Frustrate, frustration.
Imitate, imitation.
Locate, location.
The ate word ending is pronounced fully in verbs but reduced in adjectives and nouns. For example, the ate ending of the word separate is pronounced ate if it's a verb, as in separate, and it when it's a noun, as in separate. Word pairs for practice. Separate, separate. They have decided to separate.
They will live in separate houses.
Alternate, alternate. She alternates between feeling happy and sad.
Do you have an alternate plan?
Graduate, graduate. He will graduate next spring.
He will be a college graduate.
Estimate, estimate. Can you estimate the cost of the repairs?
I would like to have an estimate of the costs.
Duplicate, duplicate. I will duplicate this document.
Please make a duplicate of it.
Appropriate, appropriate. The city appropriated the money for the new park.
It was an appropriate decision.
More stressed suffixes. Words with the following suffixes et, eek, ease, ear, ain. Stress the suffix. Employee,
Trainee,
cigarette,
cassette,
unique,
boutique,
Japanese,
Chinese,
engineer,
volunteer,
maintain.
explain,
Prefixes. Prefix plus verb combinations usually have second syllable stress. Oversleep,
overdue,
understand,
undertake,
outlive,
outperform,
rewrite.
redo.
If the prefix plus the root word function as a noun, the first syllable is stressed. Oversight,
Overdose,
undertaker,
underwear,
refill,
repeat,
outsourcing.
outcome,
Reflexive pronouns. Stress the last syllable. Myself,
yourself,
himself,
herself,
itself,
ourselves.
Study tip. Practice reading aloud, underlining longer words, and determining syllable stress by looking in the dictionary. Your dictionary may come with an audio CD, which will help you to hear the word. Syllable stress changes in suffix changes. When a word changes from a noun to a verb or adjective or adverb, frequently the stress placement changes as well. Listen to these common words that non-native speakers tend to mispronounce. Politics, political, politician,
Photograph, photographic, photography,
compete, competitive, competition,
economy, economical, economize,
Democrat, democracy, democratic,
family, familiar, familiarity,
necessary, necessarily, necessity,
hospital, hospitality, hospitable,
origin, originality, original,
mechanic, mechanism, mechanical,
define, definition, definitely,
vary, variety, variation,
courage, courageous,
probably, probability,
geography, geographic,
memory, memorial,
Canada, Canadian,
ignore, ignorance.
sentences for practice. He likes politics.
He wants to be a politician.
I love photography.
Do you take a lot of photographs?
He studied economy.
He's an economical shopper.
Do you know that family?
Yes, they're familiar to me.
He's a very good mechanic.
He's fixing the mechanism.
Their opinions vary.
There's a variety of opinions in the room.
We celebrate Memorial Day.
It's in memory of the veterans.
Do you know the origin of your name?
No, it's pretty original.
He's a registered Democrat.
He watched the Democratic debate on TV.
It's not necessary to do that.
I don't necessarily agree.
He likes to compete.
He's always been very competitive.
Chapter 6. Word stress. In this chapter, you will learn the rules of stressing words within sentences. If you stress the right words, your speech will have a natural rhythm and melody that is familiar to native speakers. The stress and reduction of words creates the music of English. If your sentences are difficult to understand, It could be that you're not stressing any words, or else that you're stressing the wrong words. If you're not emphasizing any words, your speech will sound flat and monotone, and the listener will not know where one word begins and another ends. If you're stressing the wrong words, your speech will sound very foreign. For example, saying, "I'll see you later," and "have a nice day," sounds foreign to the American ear. If you change the word stress and you say, "I'll see you later," and "have a nice day," native speakers will recognize a familiar speech pattern and will be more likely to understand what you said, even if you're speaking quickly. So, if you have a tendency to speak too fast, learning to speak with correct word stress will automatically force you to slow down. Sometimes when the word stress changes, the meaning also changes. For example, listen to the following two sentences. I went to the White House. I went to the White House. The first example describes a house that is white, while the second one is the name of the place where the U.S. president lives. Now, let's learn some rules of word stress. Compound nouns. Compound nouns are two individual words that carry one meaning. They're part of a unit, and they have become a set phrase. Usually, a compound noun consists of two nouns, such as credit, card, which is pronounced as credit card. In compound nouns, the first word is stressed, and the two words are said together with no pausing in between the words. Key and board is pronounced as keyboard. Note: compound nouns can be written either as a single word or as two separate words. Compound nouns for practice. Stress the first word and pronounce the two words as one. Parking lot. Parking ticket. Parking meter. Parking space.
Bookshelf. Book cover. Bookstore. Bookmark.
Credit card. Postcard. Report card. Green card.
Football. Baseball. Ballpark. Ballroom.
Compound noun within a compound noun. Stress the first word. Cell phone number. Football game. Bedroom furniture. High school girl.
Basketball coach. Blood pressure medicine. Website address. Parking lot attendant.
Story for practice. At the computer store.
I went to the computer store to buy a new computer. I couldn't decide between a laptop and a desktop. The salesman was very helpful. He told me all about the hard drives and the operating systems. I decided to get a laptop, even though it has a smaller keyboard. He recommended a good webcam and a flash drive. I ended up also getting some software, headphones, a sound card, and a mouse pad. I also got a fax machine, a few video games, and a navigation system for my car. But when I got to the cash register and gave them my credit card, they said I went over my credit limit. I was so embarrassed. I think I went overboard.
Adjective plus noun. Stress the noun. Nice day. Big house. Small room. Long time.
Blue eyes. Good job. Old man. First grade.
2 adjectives plus a noun. Stress the first adjective and the noun. The noun gets the most stress. Big blue bus. Really nice day. Short black hair.
Nice old man. Cute little girl. Big brown eyes.
Sentences for practice. He's got big blue eyes and short black hair.
The nice young man helped the little old lady.
The big blue bus passed the little white car.
The rich young man bought the big old house.
Word pairs for practice. First, you will hear a compound noun and then an adjective and a noun. Notice the changes in stress. Remember to say the 2 words as one unit. Do not pause.
Swimming pool.
Deep pool.
Drugstore.
Large store.
Newspaper.
New paper.
Credit card.
Plastic card.
Sunglasses.
Nice glasses.
Postman.
Tall man.
Bus driver.
Fast driver.
Textbook.
Good book.
Palm tree.
Tall tree.
Fingernails.
Long nails.
Girlfriend.
Great friend. Sentences for practice. They had a good time playing football.
I bought some sunglasses at the new store.
My hairdresser has blonde hair.
The postman brought me an important letter.
That salesman is a very nice man.
Her large apartment is on the 3rd floor of that apartment building.
I left my cell phone in the front seat of my friend's car.
Let's go see the new film at the movie theater.
Compound nouns containing adjectives. Sometimes in a compound noun, the first word is an adjective that no longer carries the original meaning. The meaning has been lost and has become a part of a fixed phrase or a common expression. For example, the adjective super in the compound noun supermarket doesn't make people think of the true meaning of the word super. Here are some other examples. Words for practice. White House. Greenhouse. Hot dog. Blue jeans. High school.
Green card. Dark room. Cold cut. Bluetooth. High rise.
Phrasal verbs. A phrasal verb is a verb plus preposition combination that carries a special meaning. Phrasal verbs are idiomatic. They cannot be translated word for word. For example, turn on, turn off, turn down, and turn up are all phrasal verbs. These types of words are very common in English and are often more frequently used than their one-word synonyms. For example, you're more likely to hear put out the fire rather than extinguish the fire. In phrasal verbs, the stress is on the last word. Dialogues for practice. Practice with turn. We don't need the heater.
Turn it off.
The music sounds good.
Turn it up.
Let's watch TV.
Turn it on.
He's impolite.
That turns me off.
The music is too loud.
Turn it down.
Did he ask her out?
She turned him down.
He told me he'd be at the party.
He didn't turn up.
Did you ask for help?
They turned me away.
Noun forms of phrasal verbs. Sometimes the phrasal verb has a noun equivalent or a phrasal noun. In that case, the stress is on the first word. We say work out if it's a verb and workout if it's a noun. Sentence pairs for practice. First, you will hear the phrasal verb and then the phrasal noun. The car was tuned up.
My car needed a tune-up.
I worked out yesterday.
I had a great workout.
The papers were handed out.
We got some interesting handouts.
They covered it up well.
I heard about the cover-up.
A lot of food was left over.
We ate leftovers for lunch.
That really turns me off.
That's such a turn-off.
They let me down.
It was a big letdown.
The order was mixed up.
We're sorry about the mix-up.
He dropped out.
He's a high school dropout.
I need to sign up for the class.
Where is the sign-up sheet?
Abbreviations and numbers. Stress the last letter or the last number. MBA, UCLA, JFK,
CNN, USA, IBM,
FBI, PhD, AT&T. Numbers 1997, 5:15, 11:45,
3799, 911, area code 310, 555, 2389.
Sentences for practice for abbreviations and numbers. He arrived at LAX at 8:25 a.m.
He has a PhD from UCLA.
My SUV was made in the USA.
I love my IBM PC.
We arrived in the USA in 2007.
I bought my DVD player for $39.99.
My class starts at 9:15 and ends at 10:45. Names of places and people. Stress the last word. Place names. New York. Central Park. South Africa. Venice Beach.
Las Vegas. Palm Springs. North Dakota. Mount Everest.
Names of people. George Washington. Bill Clinton. Tom Cruise.
John F. Kennedy. Martin Luther King. Julia Roberts.
Word stress, paragraph for practice. This story includes examples of all of the different word stress rules you have learned so far. You will hear the story twice. First, just listen. Then, you will hear the story again and you will be given time to repeat. Trip to LA. I'm planning to visit the West Coast. I will take United Airlines Flight 307. It leaves JFK at 9 a.m. and arrives at LAX at 12:15. I found out that there's a 3-hour time difference between LA and New York. I hope I get over my jet lag pretty quickly. After I check in at the hotel, I will call a taxi cab to pick me up and take me to Universal Studios. Who knows, I might even see some famous movie stars like Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt. Oh, I hope I don't pass out. I also plan to visit Palm Springs and San Diego. On my way back, I'm planning a layover in Las Vegas. I really think it's going to be a nice getaway. Now you will hear the story again. I'm planning a visit to the West Coast. I will take United Airlines Flight 307. It leaves JFK at 9 a.m. and arrives at LAX at 12:15. I found out that there's a 3-hour time difference between LA and New York. I hope I get over my jet lag pretty quickly. After I check in at the hotel, I will call a taxi cab to pick me up and take me to Universal Studios. Who knows, I might even see some famous movie stars like Tom Cruise or Brad Pitt. Oh, I hope I don't pass out. I also plan to visit Palm Springs and San Diego. On my way back, I'm planning a layover in Las Vegas. I think it's really going to be a nice getaway. Word stress within a sentence. You will now learn the rules of stress and reduction within sentences. First, let's learn how words should sound when they're stressed. For now, just keep in mind that we generally stress words that carry the most meaning. Lengthening the main vowel in stressed words. When the stressed word has only one syllable, just prolong the word and make the vowel higher in pitch. If the stressed word has more than one syllable, make sure that the stressed syllable of the word is prolonged and emphasized more than usual. Prolonging the stressed vowel may sound exaggerated to you, particularly if the vowel is already a long vowel, such as a, and o. For example, if you say "It's really far," or "stop." The vowel sound may be much longer than it would sound in your native language. Don't say, "It's really far." Say, "It's really far." Don't say, "Stop that." Say, "Stop that." Let's first get used to prolonging the vowels within stressed words, since this will create a distinctly American sound to your English. Practice with vowel length in stressed words. Stressed words with ah. Don't say ah, say ah. I got it. I got a new job. I think I got a new job. Stressed words with eh. Don't say say eh. I have a new class. I can't stand it. I can't stand my new class. I'll call you back as soon as I can. I'll call you back as soon as I can. Stressed words with o. Don't say o, say o. It's so cold. I didn't know. I didn't know about it. I didn't know it would be so cold. Stressed words with e. Don't say e, say e. How do you feel? When did he leave? How did you feel when he had to leave? Stressed words with aw. Don't say aw, say aw. That's awful. It's too long. That awful novel is too long. I'm exhausted. I've been talking all day long. I'm exhausted from talking all day long. Which words should I stress? Now that you had a quick introduction to how words sound when they're stressed and reduced, let's learn the rules of which words are stressed and which are reduced. Stress content words. Content words are the words that carry the most meaning. These words are usually nouns, verbs, adjectives, adverbs, and sometimes question words such as when, why, where, etc. If we removed the surrounding words and just spoke using content words, the general idea of what we were trying to say would still be understood. For example, if you heard someone say, went, store, morning, you would understand that they meant, I went to the store in the morning. Also, content words are like key words that you would use when searching a topic on the internet. For example, you would type, symptoms, heart attack, instead of, what are the symptoms of a heart attack? Another good example would be newspaper headlines. We would read, suspect arrested, instead of, a suspect has been arrested, and neighbors complain, instead of, the neighbors have been complaining. As a general rule, the last content word of a phrase gets the most stress. So, in the sentence, a suspect has been arrested, arrested will get the most stress. Similarly, we don't say, the neighbors have been complaining. Instead, we stress the last content word and we say, the neighbors have been complaining. Now let's practice stressing content words and placing the most stress on the final content word. Practice stressing final content words. Notice how the stress changes as more information is added to the end of the sentences.
I like bacon.
I like bacon and eggs.
It's black.
It's black and white.
Do you want salt?
Do you want salt and pepper?
That's good.
That's a good idea.
It's hot.
It's a hot day.
I need it.
I need to go.
I need to go home.
I need to go home at 5 o'clock.
I saw him.
I saw the man.
I saw the man you told me about.
He drove it.
He drove the car.
He drove the car he bought yesterday.
He drove the car that he bought from his friend.
Content words in detail. Stress verbs. Verbs are action words such as go, eat, and study. We emphasize the main verbs more than the participles or gerunds that come before them. Words like can, could, am, been, don't, and have, when it's a participle, are less important than the main verb. Stressed verbs for practice. Notice how the verbs are stressed the most and how the surrounding words have been reduced. I'll call you.
I saw him.
I'll wait for you.
I have to go.
It's nice to meet you. Stress nouns, but not pronouns. We stress words like man, book, John, and Mary, but we don't stress he, it, her, and myself. Listen to the following sentence pairs and notice how the stress changes when the noun is changed to a pronoun. Nouns and pronouns for practice. He told John.
He told him.
I like that car.
I like it.
I need a job.
I need it.
Stressing adjectives. Place full stress on an adjective if it's not followed by a noun. If it is followed by a noun, stress the noun more. Listen to the differences in the following sentence pairs. That was good.
That was a good film.
It's really hot.
It's a really hot day.
It's long.
It's a long drive.
John is nice.
John is a nice man.
Sentences for practice for content words.
Wait.
I'll wait for you.
I can wait for you.
I'm waiting for you.
I'll be waiting for you.
I've been waiting for you.
I could have waited for you.
I could have been waiting for you.
I'll wait for you in the car.
I should have been waiting for you in the car.
Tell her.
He'll tell her.
He'll be telling her.
He didn't tell her.
He should have told her.
He should have been telling her.
He didn't tell his wife.
He should have been telling his wife.
He didn't tell his wife about the situation.
He should have been telling his wife about the situation.
I bought it.
I bought a watch.
I bought a new watch.
I bought a new gold watch.
I bought a new gold watch for him.
I bought a new gold watch for his birthday.
I bought a new gold watch for his 30th birthday.
I would have bought a new gold watch for his 30th birthday.
He lost it.
He lost the money.
I think he lost the money.
I think he lost the money again.
I think he lost the money that I gave him.
He might have lost the money that I gave him.
I think he might have lost the money that I gave him.
Function words. We reduce function words. These types of words generally don't carry as much importance or meaning as the content words. If they were eliminated, the sentence would still make sense. The following types of words are function words. Pronouns, as in he, she, you. Prepositions, as in to, in, for, at. Conjunctions, as in and, but, or, so. Auxiliary verbs, such as am, is, was, were. Articles, such as a, on, and the. Indefinite pronouns, such as some, any, or one. Exception, negative auxiliaries. Auxiliary verbs are stressed in their negative forms. Listen to the differences of stress in these two sentences. The first sentence is in the affirmative, and the second sentence is in the negative. I can do it.
I can't do it.
He should try it.
He shouldn't try it.
I'd like it.
I wouldn't like it.
Weak forms. When a word is reduced, we use the weak form of the word. The weak form is said more quickly and more softly. The vowel becomes the schwa sound, For example, the preposition for sounds like fur, and at sounds like et. Let's now practice using the weak forms of some commonly unstressed words. Practice reducing the unstressed words. To becomes t.
I'd like to go.
I need to talk to you.
I'd like to go to the park.
And becomes n.
Bacon and eggs.
Black and white.
In and out.
Rock and roll. For becomes fur.
Let's go for a walk.
Wait for John.
This is for Bill.
I'm looking for my book. Can becomes can.
I can do it.
You can call me.
Can you swim?
When can you come over? As becomes is.
It's as big as a house.
I'm as hungry as a wolf.
I'll call you as soon as I can.
Keep it as long as you need it. Or becomes
Is it this one or that one?
I'll do it today or tomorrow.
I saw it 5 or 6 times.
I'm leaving on Monday or Tuesday. Warning, common mistake. Don't speak fast unless you know the rules of which words to stress and which words to reduce. Some non-native speakers develop a habit of speaking English at a fast pace, thinking that this will make them sound more like native speakers. Instead, it actually makes their speech harder to understand. Remember, American speech follows the rules of stressing content words and reducing function words. So we can conclude that Americans speak both quickly and slowly at the same time. Chapter 7, Intonation. Intonation is the melody of language, and it's made up of pitches that rise and fall. This rising and falling melody is used to communicate our intentions and our emotions. In spoken language, intonation replaces punctuation. It tells the listener whether we are finished talking or whether we have something more to say, whether we're asking a question or making a statement. Intonation also gives information that words alone cannot give. It can indicate anger, surprise, confusion, hesitation, sarcasm, interest, or lack of interest. If your speech has good intonation, it will be more dynamic and more interesting to listen to. Falling intonation. Lower your voice at the end of the sentence. Falling intonation is used in statements, sentences that are not questions. Sentences for practice.
My name is John.
It's nice to meet you.
Have a nice day.
I'm going outside.
I'll be back in a minute.
Falling intonation is also used when making questions if they contain question words such as where, what, why, when, how, and who. Sentences for practice.
What's his name?
Why did you leave?
Where are you going?
What are you thinking about?
How are you doing?
When does it start?
Who told you?
Rising intonation. Raise the pitch of your voice at the end of a sentence. Rising intonation is used in yes-no questions. For example, did you see it is a yes-no question since you can answer it with either a yes or a no. But when did you see it is not a yes-no question. Sentences for practice.
Did he work yesterday?
Does he know about it?
Can you call me at 5?
Is it good?
Is that it?
Excuse me?
Really?
Advice from a successful student.
I don't get upset with myself if my accent isn't perfect. I know I'm making progress as long as I practice all the time. Don't be too hard on yourself if you're still making mistakes. Developing an American accent is a process. It doesn't happen overnight.
Sentence pairs for practice. The following question pairs contain both rising and falling intonation, depending on whether they contain a question word or if they're yes-no questions. The first question of the pair has rising intonation, and the second has falling intonation. Sentence pairs for practice. Do you teach?
What do you teach?
Did you see the movie?
When did you see the movie?
Do you know that guy?
How do you know that guy?
Did you buy the car?
Where did you buy the car?
Do you work there?
Why do you work there?
Non-final intonation. The pitch rises and falls within the sentence or word. This type of intonation is used to indicate that you have not ended a thought. To indicate that you have something more to say, raise your pitch at the end of the phrase. For example, when I saw him, if I study hard. Sentences for practice. Listen to the difference in intonation between these two sentence pairs. The first sentence has falling intonation, which indicates that the thought has ended. The second sentence contains rising intonation, indicating that the thought has not ended.
I bought the book.
I bought the book, but I didn't read it.
I finished school.
When I finished school, I moved to New York.
I'll study hard.
If I study hard, I'll get an A.
I'm going inside.
I'm going inside to get something to drink. Non-final intonation is used with introductory words. Introductory words, such as actually or by the way, indicate that the thought is not finished. Sentences for practice. As a matter of fact, I do know the answer.
As far as I'm concerned, you did great.
Actually, it was pretty good.
In my opinion, it's too expensive.
If you don't mind, I'd like to close the window.
By the way, how did you know that?
Non-final intonation is used in words and phrases that are listed in a series. The voice rises at the end of each item and falls with the final item. Sentences for practice. I like football, basketball, tennis, and golf.
I'm taking math, biology, French, and history.
I left work, came home, and had dinner.
I need milk, apples, eggs, and sugar.
I learned law so well, the day I graduated, I sued the college, won the case, and got my tuition back. Non-final intonation is used when giving a choice. Do you want to eat in or eat out?
Is your birthday in March or in April?
Do you speak Cantonese or Mandarin?
Is his name Matthew or Michael?
Do you want the blue one or the black one? Wavering intonation. The pitch changes within words. Wavering intonation is used for expressing specific emotions or attitudes. Some of the emotions you can express with intonation include anger, surprise, sarcasm, hesitation, uncertainty, disgust, fear, amazement, and pity. Let's start with the words you did. We will say them in 5 different ways depending on the emotion or intention. Curious.
You did?
Very surprised.
You did?
Disappointed.
You did?
Angry.
You did?
In agreement.
You did.
Now, let's say the expression, thanks a lot, in 3 different ways, changing the intonation each time. Normal.
Thanks a lot.
Very happy. Thanks a lot. Sarcastic.
Thanks a lot.
Saying okay with different emotions. Normal.
Okay.
Hesitant or unwilling.
Okay.
Very excited.
Okay.
Frustrated and angry.
Okay.
Saying no with different emotions. Angry.
No.
Surprised.
No?
Hesitant.
No.
Sarcastic. No. Dialogues for practice. Angry friend.
Did you do it?
No.
No?
No.
Why not?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. Losing weight. This dialogue has examples of all the types of intonation that you have learned so far in this chapter.
Rachel, is that you?
Hi, Emily.
I didn't recognize you at first. Did you lose weight?
As a matter of fact, I lost 20 pounds.
Really? How did you do it?
Well, I stopped eating cake, ice cream, potato chips, and candy bars. And I started eating healthier foods like salads, fruits, nuts, and vegetables.
Wow, I have to say, you look amazing.
Do you really think so?
Absolutely.
Chapter 8. Sound like a true native speaker. This chapter will give you some final important information to help you sound more like a true native speaker. You will learn the rules of how words are connected together so that your speech flows better and sounds more natural and more fluent. You will also learn more about which words to reduce and exactly how to reduce them. And you will learn the differences between casual, relaxed speech and more formal, careful speech. Linking, connecting words for smoother speech flow. Many non-native speakers of English believe that they should pronounce each word separately because they want to make sure their speech is clear and easily understood. This does help their speech sound clear, but it also creates speech that sounds a bit foreign and a bit mechanical, almost like computer-generated speech. Native speakers connect or link words together if the words are part of the same thought group. They connect the last sound of the word to the first sound of the next word. Linking creates the smooth, uninterrupted sounds that are the key to natural, fluent-sounding speech. If you're making the common error of dropping the endings of words by not pronouncing the final consonant, the problem will automatically be solved when you apply the rules of linking to your speech. Linking requires you to connect the final consonant with the next word if it begins with a vowel. This way, the final sound, which is always more difficult to pronounce, now becomes the first sound of the word that follows it. For example, it's more difficult to say burned out than to say burned out. Instead of saying it's a cold evening with each word pronounced separately, say it's a cold evening, and your speech will instantly sound more native-like, and you're guaranteed to pronounce the final consonants. Warning, common mistake. Linking and speaking fast are not the same thing. You don't need to speak fast. When native speakers link words, they're not necessarily speaking faster. The speech is just smoother, less choppy. It's extremely important to stress the content words when you're linking because this will force you to slow down at the right place and it will make your speech more easily understood. Rules for linking. Linking consonant to vowel. When a word ends in a consonant and the next word begins with the vowel, connect the final consonant to the next vowel, making it sound as if the second word starts with a consonant. For example, hold on sounds like hold on. I like it sounds like I like it. Deep end sounds like deep end. Get up late sounds like get up late. Picked out sounds like picked out. This guy sounds like the sky. Dialogues for practice. Linking consonant to vowel. Many of the words in the following sentences end in a consonant and the following word begins with a vowel. Notice how smooth the sentences sound when these words are connected.
Can I come in?
Yes, come on in. The door's open.
Should I leave it on?
No, turn it off.
What time is it?
It's already 5 o'clock.
Let's take a walk.
That's a good idea.
How far is it?
4.5 hours away.
This is a good film.
Too bad it's sold out.
I have an awful headache.
Take an aspirin.
This is my brother-in-law.
We've already met.
Linking consonant to same consonant. When the final consonant of one word is the same as the first consonant of the following word, pronounce the consonant only once. Do not pause between the sounds, but just lengthen the sound a little bit and say it with a little bit more energy. For example, she speaks Spanish should sound like she speaks Spanish. Turned down sounds like turned down. Help Paul sounds like help Paul. Well lit sounds like well lit. Black cat sounds like black cat. Foreign name sounds like foreign name. Word pairs for practice. In the following word pairs, the final consonant of the first word is the same as the first consonant of the next word. Big game. Well lit. Can never. Good day. This Saturday.
Far right. Stop playing. Tom might. Book club. What time?
Sentences for practice. Both things are from me.
Stop playing and help Paul.
She's single and she's so happy.
I'm married and I'm miserable.
It was so nice to meet Tom. Final stop followed by another consonant. In Chapter 3, you learned the difference between stops and continuance. Remember, when a stop is followed by another consonant, do not release the stop. The release creates a puff of air and an extra syllable. Make sure that good time doesn't sound like good at time, and that help me doesn't sound like help me. Word pairs for practice. Pop music. Good book. Can't go.
That man. Drop down. Keep trying.
Linking vowel to vowel. If one word ends with the vowel and the next word begins with the vowel, do not pause between the words. For a smoother transition between the sounds, and to ensure complete pronunciation of both of the vowels, we insert a short w sound, a short w sound, after a front vowel, such as a, e, and I, and a short y sound, y, after a back vowel, such as u and o. For example, when we say go out, we insert a little w sound, and it sounds like go out. Make sure that you don't fully pronounce or overpronounce the w sound. Don't say go out. Also, don't say how are you. Insert a short w sound after the word how and link the words together. Go out. How are you? Instead of saying they are, say they are. Instead of saying I am, say I am. Insert a very quick y sound. I am. They are. Sentences for practice for linking vowels. Don't say I ate out. Say I ate out. Don't say go on. Say go on. Don't say they agree. Say they agree. Don't say I know it. Say I know it. Don't say may I come in. Say may I come in. Don't say so awesome. Say so awesome. Don't say I'll buy it. Say I'll buy it. Don't say he ate out. Say he ate out. Dialogues for practice. Linking vowel to vowel.
Why are you so upset?
I am not.
Who is he?
He's the announcer.
How is the weather?
Go outside and find out.
Do I need to do it?
No, I already did it. Do I say the or the? When the article the is followed by a vowel sound, it sounds like the. When it's followed by a consonant, the final sound is as in fun. For example, the earth, the world. The apple, the banana. Linking vowel to vowel within a word. When an individual word contains two vowel sounds, we also add a little y or w sound. We don't say diet, we say diet. Words for practice. Client. Science. Serious. Quiet. Appreciate. museum, cooperate, experience, diet, furious, negotiate, San Diego, dialogues for practice. The following dialogues will help you to practice linking. Remember to place the most stress on the keyword, usually a noun or a verb. For longer sentences, place the most stress on the focus word of each thought group. Linking vowel to consonant. Practice dialogue. In the department store.
Can I help you?
I'm looking for a pair of sunglasses.
The sunglasses are on the other side of the makeup counter.
Oh, these are nice. Can I try them on?
The mirror is over here.
How much are these?
They're on sale for $180.
That's a lot of money. I don't think I can afford that.
The style is amazing. We're almost all sold out.
Do you have any that are cheaper?
No, I'm afraid I don't. Is there anything else I can help you find?
As a matter of fact, yes. Help me find a rich husband. Linking consonant to consonant. Dialogues for practice. Notice how two same or similar consonants blend into one to link words more smoothly. The final stops are not released.
I believe Veronica speaks Spanish.
Of course she does. She's from Mexico.
That makes sense. When's the big game?
Either this Saturday or this Sunday.
Do you think they'll lose?
I hope not.
Keep practicing.
You're right. I need to.
You'll love it.
I suppose so.
It was a fun night, but I need to go.
Let's stay a little longer.
You stay. I'll leave with them.
Okay then. I'll leave too. Practice paragraph. This passage provides practice in linking vowel to vowel, consonant to vowel, and consonant to consonant. You will hear the story 2 times. First, just listen. Then you'll hear the story again, and you'll be given time to repeat. My American accent. I've been practicing the American accent for a while now. At first, it was kind of hard to keep track of all the rules and exceptions. I had no idea there was so much to learn. I've been practicing with the audio materials. It's somewhat easier to pronounce some of the sounds, but it's difficult to know how I sound to others. I think I'm getting better. One of the hardest things for me is to stress some syllables and to reduce certain others. When I ask my friends how I sound, they all say they hear a difference in my speech. My boss said that I'm making progress and that I sound more and more like a native speaker. My clients are not asking me to repeat myself as much. It makes it all worthwhile. I won't stop practicing. Now you will have the opportunity to repeat. Make sure that you're linking the words together while at the same time stressing the focus word of each thought group. My American accent. I've been practicing the American accent for a while now. At first, it was kind of hard to keep track of all the rules and exceptions. I had no idea there was so much to learn. I've been practicing with the audio materials. It's somewhat easier to pronounce some of the sounds, but it's difficult to know how I sound to others. I think I'm getting better. One of the hardest things for me is to stress some syllables and to reduce certain others. When I ask my friends how I sound, they all say they hear a difference in my speech. My boss said that I'm making progress and that I sound more and more like a native speaker. My clients are not asking me to repeat myself as much. It makes it all worthwhile. I won't stop practicing. Warning, common mistake. Don't pause within thought groups. Don't say, he's at work until 11 o'clock. Say, he's at work until 11 o'clock. Reducing pronouns. In the chapter on word stress, you learned that pronouns are not stressed. When we reduce the pronouns, the first letter is often silent. For example, the letter H is often silent in the words he, him, his, her, and hers when these pronouns are not the first words of a sentence. Also, the TH sound is often silent in the word them. This is particularly true in casual speech, but it frequently occurs in formal speech as well. For example, I love her sounds like I love her. I knew her sounds like I knew her. Stuff he knows sounds like stuff he knows. Did he sounds like did he? Has he sounds like has he? Note, always pronounce the first consonant of a pronoun when the pronoun is in the beginning of a sentence or a phrase. Dialogues for practice. The silent H of the pronoun him. Mary's friends ask about her new boyfriend.
Is he nice?
What's his name?
What does he look like?
How old is he?
Where does he live?
What does he do? How long have you known him?
Do you love him?
Where's his family from?
When can we meet him?
Did you tell him we like to meet him?
What did he say?
He said that he thinks my friends ask too many questions.
Do you know Laura Jones?
Yeah, I know her.
How do you know her?
I know her from school.
Have you seen her lately?
I just saw her a few days ago. I see her about twice a week. She has her dance class next door to mine.
Next time you see her, tell her I want to talk to her.
the silent TH of the pronoun them.
I love eggs.
How do you cook them?
All sorts of ways. I boil them. I fry them. I scramble them. And I poach them.
Do you just eat them for breakfast?
No, I have them for dinner too. I cut them up and put them in salads.
Study tip. When you watch an American film, try to watch it with closed captioning or subtitles in English. This is a very useful method for developing better listening skills, using the right melody, and learning the common reductions of American speech. Play back some scenes and repeat the actor's lines several times until you can say them the same way. Contractions. A contraction is a word that is made shorter when it is linked to the word that comes before it. For example, she is nice is usually contracted to she's nice. Contractions are a standard part of English speech, and they're used even in very formal situations. Using contractions is not considered sloppy or lazy speech. In fact, if you don't use contractions, your speech will sound mechanical and foreign, and might even give the impression that you're not very fluent in English. For example, you'll hear people say, "I'm happy," rather than "I am happy," and "he's American," rather than "he is American." If you do hear "I am happy," it's usually a response to an opposite statement or question such as, "I don't think you're happy," and the other person replies, "I am happy," by stressing the word am and meaning I really am happy. Another reason a contraction may not be used is when the speaker pauses in order to think of what to say next. For example, I am happy. Note, do not use contractions in written language unless the writing is very informal. Warning, common mistake. Don't make up your own contractions. There are specific rules that native speakers follow for contracting words. Only use the ones that you hear native speakers say and the ones that you learn here in this material. Commonly contracted words. The verb to be.
I'm happy.
She's American.
Auxiliary verbs such as be, would, will, and have.
He's working.
He'd like to go.
I'll call you.
I've been there.
The word not, when it follows have, be, can, could, should, would, and must.
I haven't been there.
I can't do that.
Practice with contractions. Contractions with will.
I'll do it.
You'll like it.
He'll call you.
We'll take it.
They'll see.
It'll rain.
It'll be good.
That'll be all.
There'll be snow.
Contractions with would.
I'd go.
I'd like some more.
He'd go if he could.
She'd understand.
We'd like to see it.
Contractions with had.
I'd never seen it before.
She'd known about it.
You'd better fix it.
Contractions with have.
I've been there.
I've already eaten.
We've heard.
They've done it.
I would have done it.
You should have told me.
You must have seen it.
Note, Americans generally contract the verb have only if it functions as an auxiliary verb. For example, we say, I've been and I've heard. But if have is the main verb, we don't say, I've a car. We say, I have a car. Contractions with has.
She's left.
It's been fun.
He's already eaten.
Who's seen the film?
Contractions with is. Is sounds the same as the contraction of has.
He's working.
She's a teacher.
It's hot.
Sam's American.
Mary's tall.
Dinner's ready.
Contractions with am.
I'm fine.
I'm from Japan.
Contractions with are.
We are waiting.
We're sorry.
They're leaving.
They're there.
What are they doing?
When are they coming?
Where are they going?
Contractions with not.
I can't swim.
I shouldn't go.
I don't like it.
Very common expressions with contractions.
How's it going?
What's up?
What are you doing?
What have you been up to?
What's the matter?
What'll it be?
That'll be all.
It'll be hot.
It'll be good.
It'll rain.
How have you been?
Where are you going?
Where's he from?
Where are they from?
I'd like that.
Who's calling?
What's new?
I'm fine.
Dialogues for practice. Employee meeting.
Hi, Tom. I've got a question. What time's our meeting?
It'll start at 5.
Oh, great. I'm glad I'll be able to make it. Who's coming?
Let's see. Bob will be there, John will be there, and I'll be there, but Mary won't make it. She's out of town.
How about Nick?
He can't make it. He said he would have come if he'd known about it earlier.
Is Vivian coming?
She said she'd like to make it, but she's got a lot of work to do.
It'll only last an hour, won't it?
Yes, we'd better keep it short. Everybody will want to go home by 6 o'clock.
The conditional tense using contractions. The grammar of the conditional tense requires a lot of small words that you will need to learn to contract. For example, the following sentence, which is the conditional past unreal tense, contains 13 short words. If you had not called me, I would not have known about it. Saying each word separately obviously sounds unnatural and very foreign. Here's how an American would say that. If you hadn't called me, I wouldn't have known about it. Instead of wouldn't have, we say wouldn't have. The T of the word not disappears. Or in more casual situations, the have of the word would not have sounds like as in wouldna. This grammar point is often difficult for some intermediate students of English. It might also be difficult for some advanced speakers who have learned English informally just by speaking it in the U.S. rather than through classroom study. Producing these conditional sentences quickly and naturally, particularly in the past unreal tense, is difficult for many learners of English. If this is your case, make an extra effort to master this grammar point. Repeating the sentences of the following exercises will help you to memorize the grammatical patterns. Practice them until you feel proficient using them. word groups for practicing contractions. Let's start learning to use contractions in the easier part of the conditional past, the if clause. If I had been sounds like if I'd been. If I had not called sounds like if I hadn't called. If she had seen sounds like if she'd seen. If they had gone sounds like if they'd gone. Now, let's practice the second half of the past conditional sentence. You will hear two versions of this type of contraction. First, the standard speech, and then the casual speech. Would have sounds like would've, or in casual speech, woulda. Would not have, wouldn't've, wouldn't'. Could have, could've, coulda. Could not have, couldn't've, couldn't'. Should not have, shouldn't've, shouldn't'. Conditional questions. With questions using have, you must add an sound between the pronoun and the contraction. But for statements, don't do this. Listen to what happens with the words you have. Would you have been there? Versus you've been there. Would you have sounds like would you have. Would you have been sounds like would you have been. Would she have sounds like would she have. Would she have wanted sounds like would she have wanted. Sentences for practice, past conditional tense. If I'd known it was your birthday, I would have gotten you a present. If you hadn't been driving so fast, you wouldn't have gotten a ticket. If the weather had been warmer, we would have gone to the park. If he'd been more careful, he wouldn't have had an accident. I would have passed the test if I'd studied more. Would you have done that if you'd been in my shoes? What would you have said if she'd asked you about it? Where would you have gone if you hadn't come to the U.S.? If it hadn't rained, we wouldn't have canceled the picnic. It would have been more fun if there had been more people at the party. I would have called you if you'd given me your number. If they'd come on time, they wouldn't have missed their flight. She wouldn't have known if you hadn't told her. Dialogue for practice. What would you have done if you hadn't come to the United States?
If I hadn't come to the U.S., I would have lived with my family. I wouldn't have had to study English. I wouldn't have met my wife. I would have married someone else.
Advice from a successful student.
Speak with confidence. I have learned that your insecurity will actually make your accent stronger. When I go on acting auditions, I first do my homework and work on my major mistakes. And then I let go of all that work and just do it. I'm just myself. So if you have an important interview or speaking situation coming up, just relax and let your true self come out. Don't be inhibited.
Casual or formal speech. Knowing the difference. Casual speech is used in an informal setting with friends and acquaintances. In casual situations, we are sometimes less careful with pronunciation and grammar. Remember, just like with contractions, there are rules to casual speech. Don't assume that you can randomly reduce any sounds that you feel like reducing. Doing this will only make your speech sound more foreign or more difficult to understand. Characteristics of casual speech. Sentences are shorter and the grammar is simplified. For example, do you want to go sounds like,
Wanna go?
you had better do it sounds like.
You better do it.
Also, in casual speech, speakers are less careful about pronouncing every consonant. For example, probably sounds like,
Probably.
I don't know sounds like,
I don't know.
remember sounds like,
Member.
going sounds like,
Going.
until sounds like,
Till.
because sounds like.
'Cause.
Also, in casual speech, slang is more acceptable. For example, I need $5 sounds like,
I need $5.
I don't have any money sounds like.
I'm broke.
Rules and patterns of casual speech. Here are some rules of the simplifications that we make in informal speech. First, you will hear the standard pronunciation of the word or expression, and then the informal version, followed by example sentences. You, yeah.
I'll call ya.
See ya.
Because, 'cause.
I did it 'cause I wanted to.
I'm tired because I worked all day.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know why.
I don't know what to do.
Let me. Let me.
Let me do it.
Let me help you.
Let me talk to him.
Give me. Gimme.
Give me a call.
Give me a break.
Can you give me a minute?
Did you sounds like Jew.
Did you call me?
Why'd you do it?
Did you go out last night?
Do you want to? Wanna.
Wanna go out?
Want to dance?
What do you wanna do?
Have got to. Gotta.
I gotta go.
You gotta do it.
Should've, would've, could've, must've. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, musta.
You should have told me.
It would have been nice.
We could have come.
You must have seen it.
Shouldn't have, wouldn't have, couldn't have. Shouldna, wouldna, couldna.
You shouldn't have done that.
I wouldn't have known.
It couldn't have happened.
Going to, gonna.
I'm gonna go.
It's gonna rain.
What are you gonna do?
What do you? What do you?
What do you want?
What are you doing?
What do you think?
A lot of. A lotta.
That's a lot of money.
I got a lot of friends.
Kind of. Kinda.
It's kinda hot.
What kind of car is that?
Out of. Outta.
Get out of here.
I'm out of money.
You're out of your mind.
Go to, go to.
I go to work.
Let's go to a concert.
Yes. Yeah. Or yep.
Yeah, it's good.
Yep, I did it.
No. Nope.
Nope, I'm not going.
Nope, that's not right.
In.
What are you doing?
Nothing much.
Practice dialogues. Invitation to a movie.
What are you doing tonight?
I don't know yet. I think I'm gonna just stay home.
Want to go to the movie?
I'm kinda tired. I gotta get up early tomorrow.
Did you go out last night?
Yeah, I shouldn't have gone to bed so late. I would have had a lot more energy today.
Why don't you just take it easy then? We'll go out some other time.
Okay, let me know when you're free again. See ya.
Commonly confused words. The following pairs of words are often mispronounced and end up sounding the same when spoken by some non-native speakers. Listen carefully to the differences in pronunciation. Sell, sale.
Would you like to sell it?
Sorry, it's not for sale. Series, serious.
I love that new TV series.
Are you serious? I hate it. Color, collar.
Do you like the color of this shirt?
Yes, but I want one with a collar. Costume, custom.
Children wear costumes for Halloween.
Is that an American custom? Bin, bean.
What have you been cooking?
I've been cooking beans. Of, off.
What are you thinking of?
I'm thinking of taking the day off. Want, won't.
Do you want to go?
No, I won't go. Dessert, desert.
I had dessert after dinner.
They drove through the desert. Where, were.
Where did they go?
They were here a minute ago. Wonder, wander.
I wonder where they are.
They're probably wandering in the forest. Warm, worm.
It's a warm day.
There's a worm in the apple. Woman, women.
She's a nice woman.
All of the women here are nice. Potty, party. The little boy wants to go potty.
He's at the birthday party.